Check. Check. Okay.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen,
Innovators and dreamers.
a very warm welcome to the TED Ed Student Talk at CIRS.
Today, we gather here to celebrate the power of ideas, the sparks that ignite change, the thoughts that push boundaries, and the voices that shape our future.
This stage is a platform where age is not a limitation but an opportunity. An opportunity for our students to express their creativity
Share their stories.
and present ideas that matter.
The TED platform believes that the youngest minds can generate the most profound thoughts.
And today, we are here to witness that belief come to life.
Each talk you will hear today is a result of an exploration and a deep conviction that these ideas can indeed change the world.
From addressing global challenges to personal experiences into broader narratives, our speakers have poured their hearts and minds into crafting messages that will resonate with us all.
As we undertake this intellectual journey together, prepare yourselves to be inspired,
Challenged,
and moved. Prepare to plunge into a world where innovation knows no bounds.
where creativity outranks limitation and where every student on the stage exceeds excellence.
Aspiring to make a meaningful impact.
Without further ado, let the TED Ed event begin. To commence this event, on an auspicious note, we now invite our esteemed Director of Academics and Administration, Srimati Shanti Krishnamurthy Ma'am, Principal Srimati Rajeshwari, our respected Headmaster Shri Ganesh, our Deputy Headmistress Srimati Sharanya, and our spiritual guides Sanatan Ji and Bhakti Didi to light the ceremonial lamp.
We now invite Kritika and Kripa of grade 12 to offer a divine rendition in honor of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and embodiment of wisdom, invoking his blessings for the success of this event.
Check.
Check.
गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो संकटहरणा भवभयहरणा संकटहरणा भवभयहरणा वेदविधायक मोदकहस्ता वेदविधायक मोदकहस्ता विद्यादायक है मम बन्धु विद्यादायक है मम बन्धु गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो प्रभो सिद्धि विनायक है गुण धाम, सिद्धि विनायक है गुण धाम, विघ्न विनाशक है रंभा, विघ्न विनाशक है रंभा, मंगल रूपा पावन नामा, मंगल रूपा पावन नामा, लंबोदर जय दीन दयाला, लंबोदर जय दीन दयाला, गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो, गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो, संकट हरना भव भय हरना, संकट हरना भव भय हरना, गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभो,
Thank you, Kritika and Kripa, for that soulful rendition.
With her unyielding commitment to education and her continuous support, our principal has always been a guiding light for our school community.
Her support has made today's gathering possible, where we come together to celebrate the ideas and talents of our students.
It is with great respect and gratitude that we invite Madam Principal to the stage to deliver the welcome address for our TED Ed Student Talk program.
24-25.
Hariom to all of you, to my wonderful children, to the staff, at the same time parents who are also joining us online today. I wholeheartedly welcome each one of you for this beautiful, I can say celebration TED Talks. CIRS, as you all know, it's a happening place. We had 15th August, followed by our Raksha Bandhan celebration, and 2 days back we celebrated wonderful, beautiful Krishna Janmashtami. And today we are here again to celebrate this beautiful event, TED Talks. I congratulate all the 16 speakers who are going to present their talk today. You know, I've heard very beautiful statement which says, small mind or low mind discuss about people. Mediocre mind discuss about events. But great mind, they discuss about ideas. And these 16 wonderful children have gathered here to share their ideas, to share their stories, to share their inspiration with all of us. I again wholeheartedly welcome all of you. At the same time, these wonderful speakers who are going to share their beautiful ideas with all of us, I welcome again all of you. At the same time, I wish to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the staff members who were involved in identifying these children, guiding these children, our dearest Sharanya ma'am, dearest Sumati ma'am, Bhuvneshwari ma'am, our Sanatan ji. At the same time, we had wonderful student mentors also guiding these children. I wholeheartedly express my gratitude to all these wonderful people, and I wish all the best to all my dearest children who are presenting the talk today. Over to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal. TED CIRS is a dynamic event that began just last year, and it is nothing short of a spectacular.
We are thrilled to be back, fueled by enthusiasm, zeal, and boundless creativity. We are ready to take you on an exciting journey from TED at CIRS 1.0 to 2.0. Sit back and enjoy.
Check. The TED Student Talk initiative is more than just a platform. It is a celebration of intellectual exploration, creativity, and the sharing of ideas that have the potential to change the world.
In this esteemed setting, we provide a podium for young minds to eloquently express their insights, reflections, and innovative thoughts. Our objective extends beyond simple speech making. It is about fostering an atmosphere of meaningful engagement that lingers in our minds long after the event concludes.
TED CIRS is a space where boundaries are redefined, where intellectual exploration meets practical innovation, and where each student is encouraged to take bold steps towards realizing their full potential. We are thrilled to present talks that are poised to make you introspect, question, and unearth the limitless source of potential that resides within each of us.
Now, let us turn our attention to a short video that encapsulates the essence of TED students' talks, highlighting the journey of turning ideas into action.
Us into life.
It's an object we see every day that would literally fit 1 million Earths.
It's got a bunch of notches and it's got a bunch of teeth. This was Fizo's solution.
When that lesson lands, curiosity is ignited.
It seems impossibly big, but
And something interesting happens.
in the great scheme of things, just a pinprick.
A door is starting to close on the light beam that's coming back to his eye.
Then that group of students is one thought closer to being what every teacher hopes their students will become, a lifelong learner.
Based on the distance between the two stations,
The quest for knowledge and understanding never gets dull. It doesn't.
he calculates the speed of light to within 2% of its actual value.
The more you know, the more amazing the world seems.
That's the central mission of TED, to capture and to amplify the voice of the world's greatest teachers.
He does this in 1849.
And it's the crazy possibilities, the unanswered questions that pull us forward. So, stay curious.
TED is really an invitation to teachers all around the world to submit their best lessons.
We review each submission and we work with the educators to refine the lesson and make sure that they're less than 10 minutes long.
From there, we mail out these portable recording booths. A teacher pulls up their final lesson, presses record, and then can instantly share it with our animation team.
It's also an invitation to animators. We are looking for talented animators to get involved, submit their reels, and help us animate these incredible lessons.
Right now, there's a gifted educator somewhere out there delivering a life-changing lesson. The TED team hopes that anyone who's passionate about education will help us find that teacher, capture that moment, and amplify it the way that it deserves to be amplified.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, to kick off our event, we begin with a talk that dives into the unique perspective of children, one filled with curiosity, imagination, and boundless potential.
Our first speaker, Saa Santos, will explore the transformative power of thinking like a child and how it can unlock new possibilities. Please join me in welcoming Saa to the stage.
Check. Today, I stand before you with a confession. People often tell me that I act like a child. Despite having almost 17 years of life experience on this planet, they have the audacity to say that my personality is childish. I apparently express my emotions exactly like a fifth grader would, and they perceive my overall outlook to be simply naive. How rude and insensitive, I first thought. But after hearing these comments consistently from family and friends alike, I introspected for a while, only to realize that I refuse to see this as a flaw. Instead, I choose to view this as my very own superpower. Let me explain. You see, there's immense power in thinking like a child. Observe any child and you'll see that they can, 1, ask a million questions, and 2, their imagination runs wild and free. When you were 5 years old, life was packed with new experiences, wasn't it? So you were naturally overwhelmed by every little incident, as you'd view them as great wonders. Whether it was building a secret fort in your bedroom, or blowing on an eyelash for a wish, or remember those epic battles we fought with the greatest weapon of all time, the pillow? Anyways, the brain of a child is unique in a sense that they try to soak up as much as data and information as possible from the world around them so they can build their perspectives up little by little. And because of this, children truly live and thrive each moment to the fullest. It is from here that all creativity is born. When we were children, we were once able to come up with ideas most of the adults would have never even considered. In science, this state of mind is referred to as divergent thinking. It's characterized by the ability to think in a non-linear, unique, and out-of-the-box way to generate innovative ideas. Which reminds me of a fascinating research study that was conducted to explore the connections between a childlike mindset and divergent thinking abilities. Adult participants were exposed to delightful Disney clips and images designed to evoke in them a sense of childlike wonder. Then they were given tasks with creative challenges like finding multiple uses for objects or coming up with innovative solutions for problems. The study found that participants who were primed with Disney stimuli demonstrated significantly higher divergent thinking skills than the control group. Isn't that absolutely fascinating? I mean, creativity isn't something children just do well. It's a central part of who they are. And this is precisely why Walt Disney himself said, and I quote, "Our greatest national resource is the minds of our children." Moving on, we didn't have a care in the world about what other people thought when we were children. It's like the word embarrassment isn't even in their dictionary. All of this makes me think about how if I met my younger self again, I actually wouldn't have any advice for her. Instead, I would sit down, grab a notebook and a pen, and have a lot to learn from her. Isn't it an utter tragedy that these wonderful traits of childhood have been beaten out by us by the infection of growing up to society and its expectations? It breaks my heart as I say this, but when children reach ages of around 10 to 12, they enter what's called the conventional stage. It's like they swap their superhero capes for business suits. Speaking of business suits, I think a superhero cape would have been a better outfit for this talk. I mean, look at it. It's screaming conformity. Anyways, children, they start conforming to rule-bound thinking, stereotypical norms, and structures. They practically trade in their wild and epic imagination to painfully start to color inside the lines. Isn't it an utter tragedy how these wonderful traits of childhood have been beaten out by us by the infection of growing up to society and its expectations? Society keeps nagging us from time and time again that we must grow up and act wise to be able to make it in this big, bad world. There's this pressure to be mature as you grow up, and that sweet, sweet playfulness is often shunned. When an adult is being playful, on the other hand, it's often suggestive of immaturity rather than being seen as simple, light-hearted fun. Over time, people put themselves in this jail, locked up and forever in what I call the prison of adulthood. But the freedom of childhood is only for a special few. The few who learn to undo this lock and break free from this jail. if only we embrace these qualities instead, dormant in each and every one of us, we would not only learn more, recognize extra opportunities, but simply have a great time we get to spend on this floating rock we're living on. Now, although society keeps nagging us and beating us into this mindset, I'm here to tell you that you don't have to lose the sparkle your eyes once had when you were a child. You simply just have to reignite it. So here are a few keys that you can use to unlock yourself from this mental jail. Now, I want you to think. No, really think about this. When was the last time you let yourself be bored? No stimuli, no distractions, just idle observation. When was the last time you sat there and truly observed everything around you? Boredom is uncomfortable, yes, but science tells us yet again that it's crucial for boosting creativity. Think back to your childhood. We were often bored, weren't we? So we daydreamed, imagined, and created whole worlds in our brains to combat this. Imagine all the wonderful places we would go to and all the world problems we could potentially solve if we start thinking this way. So I encourage you to really let your mind wander and sit on that magic carpet ride your brain takes you on. Embrace these little moments of boredom instead of easily succumbing to distraction. No, our brains have this phenomenal ability to make new neural connections every time we adapt to something or learn something new. In neuroscience, this is referred to as neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is active throughout your life, which means your brain essentially never stops learning, growing, and changing. You know what this means, right? You could practically morph your brain back into your childish thinking ways. And by childish thinking ways, I mean to really hone into that curiosity we all used to have. Remember when you used to question everything? When was the last time you really took your efforts to satisfy your curiosity? When was the last time you thought of something random, like how bubblegum was made or how skyscrapers were built, and really looked into it? Feed your brain regularly with information about the world around you. It will truly make you smarter. Children are, and I use this word intentionally, deformed by adult society laden with rules and regulations. And don't you think the education system is partly to take the blame for that? Kind of ironic that I'm a student giving this talk in a school, but hear me out. Children aren't afraid to make mistakes. But we run education systems where mistakes are the single worst possible thing you could ever make. If we stigmatize mistakes so much, how will we ever build up the courage to be authentic? So keep making mistakes and keep experimenting around, because that's what your younger self would have done. So it's about time to turn up that Disney movie and consciously start to channel your inner child. Watch as your innate curiosity, your boundless creativity, and low self-consciousness slowly start to unravel themselves. You'd be shocked to find another version of you altogether. And when the rest of the world is telling you to grow up, remember, you always have the choice to stand there stubbornly and say, no, I'd rather continue living life as a child. And most importantly, the next time somebody tells me I think like a child, I would take it as a compliment, because it means I have the ability to see the world through fresh eyes, to dream big dreams, and simply embrace the wonder and magic that surrounds us. Thank you.
Thank you, Saisha, for reminding us of the power and potential of a child's mind. Your talk has inspired us to ignite the curiosity and imagination within us.
For day-to-day activities, decisions are an essential part of our life. But do we understand the psychology behind the decisions we make every day? What drives the mental process in our minds to choose between two options of life?
Please welcome Advait Praveen Nair as he unpacks the meaning of two pivotal years in his life.
Yeah. Check. Check, check. It was just another normal day when I decided to go to my favorite restaurant. I opened the door and walked up to the counter to place my order. Good evening, sir. How can I be of service on this extremely fine day? I think I'll go for the usual. Sir, excellent choice, of course, but why not try our evening special? It's worth dying for, said the waiter. And that's when my mind entered that unfamiliar place. And now let me tell you, this place isn't like a normal state of daydreams, but it throws a plethora of outcomes at you. That is the result of choosing any action from the entire menu. And that's when I realized that making a decision, no matter its simplicity or complexity, isn't everyone's cup of tea. So why did I go for the usual option? Was it because of the pressure of the person behind me in the queue? Or was it because of the pressure of my very own past experiences with the usual? When making a decision, everything comes down to two things: the certain and the uncertain. A few months ago, I was faced with a decision that was absolutely crucial for my life, perhaps the most important decision, to choose between this or this. Confused? Naturally. Let me explain. I was faced with an ultimatum, not presented to me by my parents, nor my relatives, but from this. No, not a letter from Hogwarts, but a letter from the Singaporean government. Now this might look like an inanimate piece of paper to you, but for me, this same piece of paper would present itself to be a moment that would alter the course of my future. Like any other teenager with a permanent residency in Singapore, I too received the letter. The letter that would determine whether I would spend the next 2 years of my life in green overalls or pack my bags and leave the country that I had called home for the past 16 years of my life. The letter was from the army, demanding that I either enlist or depart from the only home that I had ever known. When I first saw this letter, my heart stopped. I felt a wave of devastation and confusion. The choice seemed insurmountable. On one hand, joining the army meant dedicating 2 formative years of my life to military service, right after turning 18. Well, there goes goodbye to my sweet 18s. Meanwhile, on the other hand, leaving meant uprooting myself from my life, my friends, and all the familiar surroundings that I had grown up with. I was caught with a whirlwind of emotions. Would leaving the country be a new opportunity for me? Or would it just be another excuse for me to escape the reality of the army? Coming back to the first question that I left you all to ponder upon. Why do we pick the things that we all are familiar with? We often make snap judgments based on mental shortcuts that our brains have developed over the years to guide us for a comfortable future. So when we make decisions, we form opinions and choose actions via mental processes such as biases, emotions, memories, and finally, reasoning. When people are kept in a situation that they've been before, their decisions are automatically quick and fast, based on a long-term reaction with what they had before. However, when they're served, let's say, paneer and sambar on the very same day, Now that's a very difficult situation. Well, people take time to weigh the potential benefits and risks of the following outcome. Coming back to the letter, I thought to myself, and two things ruled over my mind as I made this decision. And that is the two major things that we all face in our daily lives when making daily simple decisions. That is none other than fear. And its close accomplice, anxiety. Fear, at its core, is a survival mechanism, hardwired into our brains, designed to protect us from any imminent danger. So when we're faced with a decision, especially the ones that feel uncertain or risky, our brain goes into overdrive, telling us everything what could ever go wrong, making us extremely hyper-aware. Anxiety, on the other hand, is the anticipation of that fear. It's the constant gnawing of all the worries about the future, often focus on the unknown or unpredictable. When these two forces combine, they create an even more powerful force that can really cloud our mental judgment, making it very difficult to think rationally and clearly. A similar situation was playing out in my mind when I too was faced with the decision to either join the army or leave the country. What would life be like in the army? Could I endure the vigorous training? What if I left and regretted it? What if I stayed but lost an opportunity to explore new horizons? All these thoughts and emotions created a mental fog in my mind, making it almost impossible to make the decision. So, how do we get rid of the hard loops of decisions? How do we get rid of that constant ringing of fear and anxiety in our minds 24/7? The first step, like any other step in solving a problem, is to accept the fear and anxiety rather than pushing them aside. Once we do that, we can start to disentangle between the emotional responses from the logical ones. Then we can weigh the potential risks and benefits of the decision, understanding that emotions are valid, but they should never dictate the outcome. So in my case, breaking the loop meant sitting down with my fears and anxiety and giving them space. I allowed myself to explore the worst case scenarios, but I also allowed myself to consider the benefits. The fear of me losing my home was extremely strong, but so was the fear of me losing out on an opportunity that could forever change the person I am. Ultimately, I made the decision not to enlist. Yes, after weighing in all the options, I had finally made my mind. It wasn't an easy choice, but it was one that I made with a clearer mind. One that recognized the influence of fear and anxiety, but never let them overtake my decision. So it finally boils down to this. Choices are just paths on the long, winding road of life. Every choice fundamentally leading to another experience, and every experience leading to another choice. So ladies and gentlemen, there will be a time where we too will receive our letter. For me, it was in the form of the army. For others, it may vary, but let it be deciding any option from the restaurant to figuring out how the next 2 years of your life will go on. The next time when life hands you a decision, remember, you have been handed the dice. The table is yours. Stakes are high, but roll it with courage and not uncertainty. Choose just not to exist, but to live with dexterity and dynamism, to take chances, and to finally write your own story. Thank you.
Thank you, Adite, for shedding light on the psychology behind our decisions.
Your insights have given us a new perspective on how pivotal choices can shape our lives.
Some of the most important qualities that define us as humans are gratitude and righteousness.
Up next, we have our youngest speaker, Minakshi, who will share her insights on how living a life grounded in gratitude and righteousness has shaped her journey.
Please welcome Minakshi to the stage.
Check, check. Check. I say thank you to at least 20 people every day. That's a good 600 plus times every month and a whooping 7,200 times every year. One day, when I was casually strolling and doling out a few thank yous of the day, my dad calmly asked me, and I vividly remember it. Dear, you keep saying thank you an umpteen number of times. Do you mean it, or is it just an overuse, like a few other words that include sorry, alright, welcome? Hearing this, I was dazed and taken aback. I wondered, am I grateful enough? Are we all sincere in our expressions of gratitude? I recollected an acronym my dad said he coined in his college days. Veo I Veo. It stood for, what you own is what you owe. I found this very relevant to my current thought process on gratitude. It started making more sense and it was a revelation to me. This phrase encapsulated the need for us to understand, appreciate, and be thankful. Express our gratitude where it's due. We've been bestowed upon this beautiful life, which we presume is entirely ours alone. Don't we think that way? I, Minakshi Chinnaya, am here to present a right and glad life. This will help us to lead a life in a right and grateful attitude. Who are we? We're just a small speck in the universe. We can exist only if we coexist. That is, with everyone else's help, support, contribution, guidance, whatever we may choose to call it. Isn't it only right and appropriate to acknowledge the roles of so many others in our life? Think again. We owe everything to someone, something, or the other. At a macro level, the air we breathe, the elixir of life, water, the warmth of the sun, et al. Then, our life, body, knowledge, wisdom, and lastly, all our material belongings too. We owe it to our parents, teachers, family, friends, neighbors, and many more in the journey of life. In this rapidly changing world, most times we understand being independent as leading a life without others. No, it ain't happening. Our life is interdependent and knotted to so many others, known and unknown, and it shall remain so always. Aren't our learnings and strengths drawn from people around us? The renowned Tamil poet and philosopher Thiruvalluvar, in his magnificent work Thirukkural, had dedicated one of the chapters as early as chapter 11 to gratitude. Thirukkural Adhigaram 11, Sei Nandri Aridal, translated to as gratitude. Tinai Tunai Nandri Seiyanum, Panai Tunai Yak Kolvar Payan Therivar. This couplet illustrates the attitude of a grateful person. A grateful person will value even a tiny millet-sized help as big as a palm tree. Their hearts will overflow with gratitude. And another one goes, En nandri kondrarkum, uivundam uivillai, sei nandri kondramagarku. There are ways and means to make good most of one's bad deeds, except being ungrateful. In short, a person who isn't grateful does not have ways to redeem themselves. All these further impress upon us to be grateful. It is one of the in my view, the most important value for each of us. I ask myself, is it only the known small handful of people I need to be grateful to? Definitely not. It is not just a small handful of people I need to be grateful to. It is this magnificent world built by so many brilliant minds, that deeds and actions that have helped us evolve from cave-dwelling hunter-gatherers to this civilized state. Of course, it didn't happen overnight. It was decades of thoughts, centuries of actions, concerted and collective efforts that have brought us here. Gratitude is the essential base color that widens into an array of colors in the human value rainbow. It denotes that the deed got done not only with my efforts, but it was also attributable to the support received from others. That is, makes us less egoistic. It helps see the positive influences of others rather than harping on their negatives. That is, teaches acceptance. It helps feel more assured and secured that instances of negative emotions such as greed and jealousy taking us over reduce significantly. When I thank someone for their deed, from deep within, a sense of acceptance, coexistence, and genuine peace engulfs me. Oh, and I never tend to forget this. Gratitude always starts at home. Take a simple matter of an overseas vacation that I've always dreamt of and I've been longing to go. My parents would endeavor to get me there. But I, as a grateful child, should appreciate their hard work and know that the trip is just a good to have experience and not an essential. They have raised us well, given us the best of education, sport, and nutrition. These are essentials, and they've exceedingly nurtured us with these. After gratitude, the second most important value for each of us is righteousness. To understand this, let's look at a personality who I admire the most. He is none other than the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He had humble beginnings in the gullies of a tiny sea town, Rameshwaram. He hard worked his way up to the Premier Institute of MIT Chennai. Then his sincerity and earnestness furthered him to the avenues of ISRO across the nation. Then it is his righteousness that propelled him onto the majestic corridors of Rashtrapati Bhavan. He emphasized on eternal goodness and wholesomeness in human conduct. I understood that righteousness meant doing the right thing always, whether anyone is watching you or not, from obeying a simple traffic signal to every deed of ours every day. The Honorable People's President proposed a simple mantra for all that ails the world. That, like every major revolution, starts with us, the individuals. With his righteousness at heart, there's beauty in the character. When there's beauty in the character, there's harmony at home. When there's harmony at home, there's order in the nation. And when there's order in the nation, there's peace in the world. Amazing, isn't it? Like there's a saying, a massive forest fire starts from a lone matchstick. The world being at peace is dependent on each and every individual personality like us. Let's get our act together now and lead the life to the fullest in a right and grateful attitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Minakshi, for reminding us the profound impact that gratitude and righteousness can have on our lives.
Your words truly inspired us to appreciate what we have and to live with a sense of responsibility.
Music is something that holds a lot of power.
It can soothe your mind or put you through a head-shaking vibe.
It can compel you to sing or even change your life.
Let us see what repercussions we can experience after the awaited advent of Kanish Chopra, a guitar maestro, to the stage.
can we have one more round of applause for Kanishka? That was simply amazing.
You have sparked the liveliness of the program.
Confidence is a trait we all strive for. But what happens when self-doubt creeps in?
Yash Bavishi, our next speaker, will address the challenges of maintaining confidence and how to overcome the stumbles along the way.
Let's welcome Yash to the stage.
Check, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next episode of Know Yourself. I'm your host for the night, and I'll be asking not number 1, not even number 2, not number 3. Number 4 looks a good candidate. I'll be asking number 4 a few questions. So, sir, art thou prepared? Yes, I am. Very well, sir. The first question for the night. Are you strong? No. No problem, sir. Next question. Do you believe in yourself? No, I don't. No problem, sir. Next question. Do you think you'll make it big? No, I don't. Final task for the night, sir. Look into the eyes of the audience at least this one time and tell them your name and whether you're confident or not. My name is Yash Bavishi and I am not confident. Wonderful, sir, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. That's it for today. And in case we don't meet tomorrow, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. That very episode, as interesting as it may seem, used to haunt me every single night. My dreams were repeat telecasts of humiliation. Most people have nightmares about being chased by monsters or falling from cliffs. My nightmares, starting a simple introduction. Think about this. Instead of running from ghosts, I was desperately trying to start a conversation. Yet all this was just a spark. A solitary, tiny, weak spark of a thought which turned into this blazing fire of insecurity. A blazing fire so evocative that I feared everything that could go wrong before I even attempted something. A blazing fire so vigorous that I lost all my respect for the talents and qualities I possessed. A blazing fire so substantial that it wasn't just me trapped in those flames, but guess what? More than a quarter of you. Psychology today estimates that around 85% of the people worldwide suffer and struggle from extreme low self-esteem. 85% of people worldwide may not sound very convincing, but it could just be you going to a cafe and fumbling horribly wrong in front of the barista. My name is Niklesh Junjunwala and I want a turmeric latte. My name is Niklesh Junjunwala and I want a turmeric latte. Hi, my name is turmeric latte and I want a Niklesh Junjunwala. Definitely, 85% of the people worldwide battle it. I did too. Leave alone the baristas, I struggled with my friends, my neighbors, and even the host. Therefore, since childhood, I understood one thing. Yash, you cannot be a slow boy. Or go with the flow boy. I had to become a determined boy. So like Dora the Explorer, I quickly prepared myself to take on this journey, to start exploring. Exploring for the place where my talents were shadowed by this insecurity. Exploring for the root cause of this condition. Exploring for the origin of my struggle with underconfidence. And just like Dora always manages to find the mountain, I found my origin. A dreaded legend in the circles of emotions. Fear. Now I know what you guys would say. Fear, everybody talks about it. Cliche, Yash, cliche. You really have to up your ante. But let me remind you, 85% of you suffering from the same thing. Upon diagnosing further, I understood that it wasn't the regular fears like fear of missing out or fear of attempting. I dreaded failing. I feared failing very much. As simple as it sounds, the leaves of opportunities never see the sun of effort. The growth of oneself inhibits from the roots itself. I started to cave in due to the hollow these feelings created. My heart would race, my legs would twitch, my voice would fail me, and my mouth would go dry. This insecurity eroded my innate abilities. Yet, through this exploration, I discovered my mantra, my negotiation with myself. Are you sure? Do you remember the host? He tormented, teased, humiliated me for years to come. Yet each night I would ask myself, are you sure, Yash? Are you sure you're not strong? I might be scared to give speeches in front of gatherings or take a chance upon acting. Yet I would instantly challenge myself. Are you sure, Yash? Are you sure you're not strong enough? Are you sure you don't believe in yourself? Are you sure you're not infinitely potent in achieving your goals? Are you sure, Yash? And these questions mark the start of my journey of being confident. It really is a simple pathway with no room for errors. Are you sure only has two options? Yes or no. If I wasn't, then I had to prepare more. And if I was, then why not try? I stopped fearing failures and I started to respect my attempts. I didn't care if I won or lost, if I performed well or bad, if I stuttered or didn't, I tried. That was what mattered. As my mind became a battlefield of fear and efforts, the eternal charioteer boomed with his roaring voice. Karmanye vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. You have a right to do your prescribed duties, yet you are not entitled to the fruits of your actions. I understood this. To reach the goal, I put in my fullest. Trying became my task, my responsibility, and my duty. The leaves of opportunities, tall and strong, now swayed and basked in the sun of efforts. A few years ago, if you would have asked me, Yash, are you sure you can give this talk? I may not even have been able to answer it. Be it a simple yes or no. Yet here I stand before you. My heart still does palpitate, my legs still do twitch, my mouth could have gone dried, and I perspired heavily, fun fact, by just the glance of this microphone. Yet here I stand before you, apart from the 85%. Now, what was different? I tried. If you would have, you see, I'm still stuttering. Now, the once nimble, shy, and timid Yash now took upon leadership responsibilities, roles in drama, and even speeches in front of gatherings, changed and modified by just a single question, by a simple question. Are you sure? The barristers would no longer have to be confused at my order. The eternal spark, the tiny spark, the weak spark of insecurity, of underconfidence, now turned into this blazing fire. But I told you that I was not a slow boy, a go-with-the-flow boy. I was a determined boy. And so, this blazing fire turned into a candle of light, of knowledge, of confidence. I take immense pride today to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next episode of Know Yourself. I'm your host for the night, as I've kicked the old host from his own show. And my name is Yash Bavishi. And I am confident. And in case we don't meet tomorrow, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Thank you, Yash, for addressing the challenges of confidence with such honesty and depth.
Your message resonated with everyone present here today.
Problems are an inevitable part of life, but they also teach us valuable lessons.
Duti S., our next speaker, will share her insights on how facing challenges can lead to growth and wisdom.
Please welcome Duti to the stage.
Check. I would like to start with a simple question. Would you remember me and what I'm going to speak on if I yap on and on about some really boring topic that none of you get? Or would you remember me if you connected with me, if you found me interesting or funny? I would personally choose the second option, and I'm pretty sure you would too. Hi, I am Duti, and after 15 years with the ability to think and a collection of a decent amount of experiences, I have come to a simple conclusion that any event in our lives becomes memorable and significant because of the emotions that we feel and the way we react to other people's emotions. I mean, think about it. When you look back at your life, multiple years down the line, it's not the dates or the faces that you're going to remember, but the emotions that those dates and faces made you feel. I won't be able to remember all the major milestones of my life with much detail. But on the other hand, I do know I will remember the feelings of triumph and joy that these days will bring me. But not all of my memories can be filled with rainbows and sunshines now, can they? Some of my memories will definitely inflict emotions like frustration and sadness on me. Most of the situations where we feel low are situations in which we are presented with a problem. A problem which is not quite easy to solve. Problems are an inevitable part of our lives. One problem usually leading to another. Our problems will never magically go poof and disappear into thin air. Life isn't Harry Potter now, is it? However, the way we face and combat our challenges will definitely decrease the impact that they make on our mental and physical well-being. That brings us to the topic of the day. A problem to a menace. How problems, unfortunately, end up becoming the center of our lives. One thing we should understand about a problem is that it's not quite one-dimensional. On the contrary, it's like an onion. It has multiple more layers to it than what meets the eye. We usually assume that when we solve the topmost layer, we're solving the entire thing. But what we fail to understand is that there are multiple more complex layers waiting to be revealed with time. When I was around 8 years old, I was diagnosed with pancreatitis. For most of you who probably won't know what that means, pancreatitis is the inflammation or swelling of the pancreas. This diagnosis came as a shock to me and my family. One day I was in school playing with my friends, eating takeout for dinner with my family. And the next, I was being rushed to the ER. I still remember that day, waking up to this excruciating pain in my abdomen. I still remember calling out to my father and telling him how much it hurt. My father, being a doctor, quickly pieced things together and understood what was going on with me. But I didn't. Back then, I did not even know what the pancreas were. At that age, the only internal organs I knew about were the brain, the heart, and the lungs. So when I was told I had this pancreatitis, I could not understand what was going on with me. All I could think of was, what if I never get back home? What if I never get to meet my friends again? What if I never go back to school? I know, school, right? But this was what was going on in my mind. And that feeling of being utterly confused, of not knowing anything that was going on, was so overwhelming for me. For an 8-year-old, or anybody my age, even the thought of being in a hospital overnight was an absolute nightmare. And all I wanted was for me to wake up and go back to normal. But reality was going to be reality. I was now stuck in the hospital for the foreseeable future, and there was nothing I could do to change that. I had nurses poke and prod me for tests every single day. I would be left alone in these cold rooms for MRI scans, which, might I add, were really noisy and super scary. I was absolutely terrified. I would like to call this part of my life as stage 1, where the problem here for me was the pain itself. The health issue was my problem. And the solution to this problem was fairly easy for me to find. The only way that I could not be in pain anymore was to treat it. So that is precisely what we did. After multiple days spent in the hospital, I was thankfully okay. I was officially no longer in pain. Naive and innocent Duti thought this was where the problem was gone. I thought I could put these few bad days behind me and move on with my life as though nothing had ever happened. I felt as though I was a superhero as I left that hospital. I thought I had conquered the world. But little did I know, fate had other plans for me. In the next few doctor's appointments, I was given yet another dreadful news. I was given a bunch of dietary restrictions that I had to follow. So now, for the foreseeable future, I had to consume a diet with 0 fats. This news was yet another low blow for me. I could feel my world shatter. 8-year-old Duti could not imagine life without ice cream, pizza, or even chocolate for that matter. But jokes apart, these dietary restrictions were more than just a physical challenge for me. They were also an emotional and social burden. I felt so much more isolated and different from all of my other friends who were able to enjoy almost everything that I craved to have. Anyway, in the next few weeks, I was finally cleared to go back to school. This was some of the happiest news I had received in quite some time. I was so excited and happy to finally be able to meet my friends again. I would like to call this part of my life as stage 2. After going back to school, I slowly realized how different I was from other kids, how no other kid was going through what I was, how I was the only one who couldn't attend PE, how I was the only one who had breaks after every single period to drink juices and liquids. You're probably thinking, how bad could dietary restrictions be? It's just food, right? She's probably being overdramatic. Wrong. These dietary restrictions were not just restrictions. They also gravely affected my social skills. After all of this, I was now officially the sick kid with her very own box of food at every single social gathering. Let it be my friends' birthday parties, my parents' anniversaries, or any family function in general. After taking all of these events into consideration, I quickly realized how different my lifestyle was compared to others. I slowly started building this wall around myself. After a few months, I developed this sense of insecurity. I felt inferior to my peers, and I shrank away from any opportunity or responsibility that came my way. My once bubbly personality was replaced with self-loathing and withering confidence. So here, in stage 2, my problem was essentially myself. The problem here was the way that first problem affected me and my mental health. The solution to this took me a little time to find. But after deep thought, I realized that all I needed was a change in perspective. I had to understand that my health issue wasn't something that ruined my life, but instead, it was something that made me stronger and more special. I had to stop looking at that pancreatitis as something that made me weak, but instead as what made me who I am. After years spent on rebuilding my once tattered confidence, I realized myself, and I was then more confident than ever. I would like to call this part of my life as stage 3, where I realized that instead of channelizing all this pent-up rage and frustration into things that made me sad, I should instead channelize them into something far more beautiful. For me, art was my escape. This is one piece that I wanted to share today. I like to call it Newton's third law. Everybody here knows what Newton's third law is, right? It states that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You can see two hands twisting something, right? It symbolizes how we try to change ourselves according to the people around us, how we change ourselves to please others and to fit in with our problems, when we should be doing the exact opposite. You can also see that the hands are chipping away. This shows that the more we try to hide from our problems, the more we try to manipulate ourselves for the worse, we are deteriorating. We are losing ourselves. So, moral of the painting, face your challenges head on. Because if you don't, you will be nothing more than a coward. As I said, I love art. Art was my escape. An hour a day that I spent on a painting was all it took for me to start loving myself again. After all of this, I was more confident than ever. I had replaced that worn out confidence with a brand new designer piece. I was then more ready than ever. I was ready to put myself and my talents out there. But once I was done shrinking away, nobody was willing to give any opportunities to a sick kid. I would receive all these sympathetic words and glances to my face. They would tell me that this health issue is what made me unique, that it was my strength. But when it came to these very people giving me opportunities, they would turn my strength into my weakness. So here, in stage 3, my problem was not myself or the problem itself. It was in fact the way people viewed me and my problem. It was their impressions of me and how it impacted the opportunities I got to showcase my skills and talents, which they would just simply assume were non-existent. The solution to this problem was very hard for me to find because I don't have the ability to change the way other people think of me. Now, do I? After multiple years of thinking, I realized that the only thing I can do to overcome this obstacle was to prove all of them wrong, was to show them that I can work, and work even more to become the best version of myself, that I can pull myself higher and higher despite all the forces working against me to pull me down. So, in life, there will always be one challenge after another, one problem after another waiting for you. When you tread the path of life, you will find that the road is never quite smooth. You will find ditches after ditches, some deeper than the others. The only thing that we can do is to pull ourselves out of that ditch every single time. You alone can pull yourself out. Nobody can help you till the very end. You must be ready with a combat strategy to face whatever life decides to throw at you. This can only be done by knowing oneself, knowing your true potential and using it as a sword when anyone tries to strike. People can strip you of your riches, your fancy clothes, your home, and almost any materialistic thing. But nobody, I repeat, nobody can take your skill and confidence away from you. So you must always come out of that whirlpool. Fight that problem, no matter what it takes. It's okay if it takes you time to figure out a way to tackle it. It's okay to feel sad and to cry. It's okay. As long as you fight the next day as though it's your life on that line. You must be a fighter, after all. It's the fittest who survive, right? We must realize that it's all in our minds. You are who you want to be. Never let anyone else tell you who or what you can be. So, I would like to conclude by saying, a seemingly insignificant problem will inevitably end up becoming a menace. The real question here is, will you let your life revolve around it? Will you let that problem dictate what your life should be like? Or will you look it in the eye and punch it in the gut like the fighter you were born to be? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Duti, for teaching us that life's problems are valuable lessons in disguise.
Your perspective on facing challenges was both insightful and motivating.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just had the pleasure of listening to our first 5 speakers who have shared their unique perspectives and insights.
To honor their contributions, we now invite our esteemed Director of Academics and Administration, Mrs. Shanti Krishnamurthy Ma'am, to the stage to felicitate these talented individuals.
Let us give them a big round of applause as they come forward to receive their token of appreciation.
First up, we have Saa Santos.
Next, we have Adite.
Next up, we have Minakshi Chennaya.
Next, we have Yash Bavishi.
Now we have Duti S. Thank you, ma'am, for awarding the speakers. Everyone is requested to move outside for a short break.
Welcome back, everyone. To bring the energy in our cute speakers and the audience, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we bring to you a dynamic band of musicians.
Ready to electrify the ambience with their talent. Let the music elevate your spirit and set the tone for an unforgettable experience.
check, check. Check, check, check.
I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, now the walls are closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, now you're gone, there was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked wild wind, break down the doors to let me in. For my head on a silver plate, castle stands upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries on a foreign field. Can't explain, now you're gone, there was never an honest word. And that was when I ruled the world. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries on a foreign field. Take my way, never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world.
Thank you guys. We truly appreciate the passion and dedication you brought to the stage.
Thanks for the incredible symphony of notes you left engraved in our hearts.
The tween years are a time of growth, discovery, and most importantly, joy. Nishita Pokuri, our next speaker, will take us on a journey through the joys of adolescence.
And importance of savoring every moment. Please welcome Nishita to the stage.
Anand, remote. Oh, Raghav, remote.
Picture being 11-year-old on stage. The huge bright lights shining on your face. Everybody is looking at you and you are going to talk about something really exciting and fun. That is how exactly I feel right now, as I'm going to talk to you about the amazing life of a tween. Yes, hi everyone, my name is Nishita, and I'm here to talk to you about the jollies of tween life, and who better talk about it than me, a tween. So come along to this jumpy, juggly zigzag track while I tell you the tales of my life, and I promise you that it will be worth it. Every day is like a new adventure. I wake up with a big smile, ready to conquer anything that comes my way. You must be thinking, oh, what does she know? She's just a kid. But here's the thing. A tween's life is like being in the middle of the most awesome roller coaster ride ever. We get to be ourselves, do what we love, learn, play, all while finding our way to becoming teens and facing the challenges which come with it head on. I've heard seniors going on and on about how much they have to study, how much homework and classwork they have pending, and all the classes they have to catch up on. But for us, every day is a chance to explore and simply just enjoy it with our friends. Well, study somewhere in the middle. I mean, we really don't have to and we'll still get marks. Imagine doing everything in a day's life with your friends, few of the people you love the most in the world. Apart from your parents, that is, from waking up, going to school, studying, going for sports, and at the end of the day, going to bed. Like how cool, sleepovers every day. The only downside of being a happy-go-lucky tween is some grown-ups think we can't do things on our own. But that's fine, because at last, it's on us to decide what we want to do, and our opinion should have at least a little value or acknowledgement, even though it may not always be true. Like this one time during summer break, I was just catching up on my sleep. I could hear the faint footsteps of my mother enter my room. As she saw the mess that I had made of the place, her immediate advice rang in my ears. Nishita, you're growing up. You got to start cleaning your own mess. Mom, 10 minutes. You have been sleeping for so long. Your father has pampered you too much. Mom, I know what to do. Let me sleep. By the way, it's generally fun to break rules and orders, isn't it? And it's not a secret that each one of us here has already been a tween or is a tween. And for those who have passed on, I'm sure you sit back and cherish those age-old memories of you running around playing ice and water, or simply just running away from your mother because she's making you have that very tasty, scrumptious Karela poriyal. You know, just like other tweens, I'm also a very imaginative person, which proves that we tweens are amazing in building up our own world around us if necessary. We tweens are also great creators, be it worlds or slime. When I mean creating, I mean literally making slime with maida, toothpaste, and other homely stuff. Don't worry, I had company. My 6-year-old cousin, who wasn't really academically knowledgeable, but amazing at such endeavors. We tweens are innocent souls with curious and fallacious minds. We are the epitome of curiosity and rapport. And these are the years where we do all kinds of nonsensible things and have so much fun that we forget for a moment that we aren't really making any sense. But the fun makes it all worth it. Besides, we're also great explorers. This is the time where we discover new friendships, discover our passion, and discover our identity. So before jumping head on into the next chapter of our lives, I would like to write a little letter to my future self. Dear future self, hi, how's life being a teenager? Battling between homeworks, new responsibilities, and parents' expectations? Kind of overwhelming, right? Well, in these tough times, you should remember me. Remember the carefree, lively Nishita who never used to let anything get in the way of her happiness? That Nishita who was always positive and always curious about the world around her, she is still in you, just hidden by the constant worries and stress. She would never want you to give up. I would never want you to give up. So whenever you fall down, I want you to get back up and be the Nishita you once were. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Nishita, for sharing the joys of adolescence and the importance of enjoying the journey.
Your words brought a smile to all our faces.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for a short story of incredible strength and unwavering resilience. Our next speaker, Shaurya Shinde, is here to share a tale of someone whose power and influence have left an indelible mark on his life.
Please welcome Shaurya to the stage as he reveals the true essence of this remarkable figure.
There's a question, that I used to ponder upon as a child. Who is the strongest superhero of them all? Is it the mighty Hulk? The witty Tony Stark? Or, maybe our very own Superman? 10 years later, life has answered this very question in the most unforgettable of ways. True to the word, the answer is none of them. Surprisingly enough, it's not even a man. It's a woman. You may not know her right now, but wait. At the very end of this talk, you will know who this Wonder Woman is. Did I just say Wonder Woman? Well, there you have it. I want all of you to take your hand, bring it behind your back, and don't pat yourself. It's not the Wonder Woman. Every hero, they say, has a very humble beginning. And so does a madam heroine. The story starts in Takari, a small quaint town in the Aurangabad district of Maharashtra. This is precisely where. From the very beginning, she was a very, how do I even describe her? Jolly and mischievous to say the least. Pinching her school bus driver while he was driving, picking up vessels from her home and then again reselling it for a few coins were all just starters for her. She used to even threaten her own mother that if she didn't do her bidding, she would tell every single person in the village where all of the hidden family treasures were. Fast forward to 1998, she got married to an amazing police officer who would go on to earn a medal for his meritorious service. I feel at this point she had every single thing she could have wished for in her life. A loving husband, beautiful children, supportive siblings. Everything that she could have wished, she had it. But as the saying goes, if good times really lasted forever, then there would be no joy of it. Imagine going to the Annakshetra, putting a spoon of ice cream in your mouth, until the next morning, the sweetness is still there. Imagine that sweetness still lingers every single time. How boring would it be? Every single thing in a life changed after the Diwali of 2012. As it does for a lot of other peoples, it began with a small swelling to her neck. When consulted with India's leading physicians, she was made known to a fact which she didn't want to know. And quite frankly speaking, no woman in this room would have wanted to know it. It was ovarian cancer, stage 4. Her doctors, in their own words, said that she had a mere 6 months to live by. But defying destiny, defying odds, and defying death itself, she lived for 9 years. How could she not? Imagine, every woman would have done the same for their husband, children, and siblings. It began with a harrowing 6-hour-long surgery at the Breach Candy Hospital in Mumbai, which resulted in the scraping of a diaphragm, the removal of a spleen, and the removal of both her ovaries. At this point, it only amuses me to think that even with 1/4 of her guts no longer being a part of her, she still did not lose her guts. Despite the recurring aggressive cycles of chemotherapy that took away her physical beauty, she still had that beautiful smile on her face. Despite her cancer relapsing again in 2017, she still had that beautiful smile on her face. Dr. B.J. Miller, an expert of palliative care and a fellow TED speaker, says that you can find a ray of light, a speck of beauty, even with whatever you are left with. I mean, I only heard him say this a few days ago, but every single day of my life, I have witnessed Vijaya live by this word. Now, how, you may ask? You know, when people used to look at her hairless scalp, she used to promptly say, "Arey, I don't even need to shampoo my hair anymore. Half of my jhanjat gone." Standing on the stage, I can hear your thoughts. Why do I pick some random woman from Maharashtra whom none of you all have ever locked your eyes with? Why do I go on speaking about her incessantly? What makes me do this? Quite frankly speaking, every child who would have been blessed with such a mother would have done the same. Yes, on the 23rd of October 2006, I was born to this very Vijaya, my pillar of support. You know, there is not a single day of my life that I can remember where she didn't take to her challenges like a fish would to water. In fact, I feel at this point that she took some kind of pleasure at staring right into death's face and laughing at it, denying it that I would succumb. You know, just like a fragrant flower leaves behind this fragrance long after it has wilted, a good soul also leaves behind its teachings long after it's gone. Cancer ravaged her body, not her soul. It took away her physical beauty, yes, but her charm and grace only grew. It gave her pain, but she only thanked it for it. You know, as we speak, Dr. Manisha, one of her closest friends, is writing a talk on her, a biography. And naturally enough, she wanted Mama to decide what it would be called. And Mama decided. You know what it was? Thank you, Cancer. I lost her on the 13th of June 2021. But as I said earlier, a fragrant flower would leave behind its fragrance just like the same way a good soul would leave behind its teachings. And what I truly learned from Vijaya the most is strength. You know, it seems a very simple word at the beginning. It looks like there is no mystery of the entire universe fitted into this 8-letter word. But it is what truly decides where and how and when you end up in life. Everything ended up well in Vijaya's life, but for most of us it doesn't. For this, let's take a small example. Let's take Raj. Raj is an aspiring musician. At the upcoming music fest, Raj has to perform a solo on the latest hit. And you guessed it right, he misperforms. Seeing nothing but despair around him, he faces his first mind-born demon, doubt. He often questions himself, what if I mess it up again? What if someone else does it better than me? What if? You know, even Vijaya faced doubt. But she was never humbled by it. Paragliding and skydiving in Singapore, why not? Riding the fastest roller coasters in Disneyland Paris, why not? Raising a devil of a son, why not? It is just a clear example that even when surrounded by the vicious cycle of doubt in her mind, she was simply insurmountable by it. Following up with Raj, under the influence of doubt, he starts to cease all action. He starts to pull back from himself. You know, sitting down there, you might ask, why would someone isolate a boy like Raj who has already passed through so much? Why would someone want to push him away? The truth is, the individual isolates thyself. He pulls back from all his actions. He thinks there's no joy in this world, that no sorrow is his, no joy is his. When Vijaya was diagnosed with the disease, she never isolated herself. I mean, she never even considered herself as someone different from others. And she used to do everything that a normal woman would. Feeding the cows, taking the children to the mall, putting her feet in the river, everything, single thing that you wish to do, she did. Finally, for a Raj, hopelessness. At this point, all hope of recovery is lost. The nail on the coffin. Seeing nothing but despair around him, Raj enters hopelessness. He sees no hope. He sees no hope in getting up and trying once again. He sees no hope in stumbling upon his broken knees. As long as I remember with Mama, there's not a single day where she became hopeless. I mean, except on me maybe. But even when the doctors used to bring up her reports, she used to be like, "Arey chalega yaar, dekh lenge, kal ho na ho." Vijaya is a living example, and living example of the strength, of the grit, of the resilience that's summonable even in the most frailest of bodies. Whenever I feel hopeless, whenever I feel overwhelmed, whenever I feel in doubt, there's just this one line that I remember that she used to always say to me. "Bala mi nehmi tuja avti bhavti ranar." And I know a lot of you are not Marathi, so I'll just translate it for you quickly. It means that, Shauri, even if you don't see me, remember that I'll always be there for you, always and forever, your Mama. If all of us summon even a little bit of grit, a little bit of strength that Vijaya had, then maybe, just maybe, we would all live in a better world. That is all I have to say, and that is all that can be said. Have a great day. Namaskar.
Thank you, Shaurya, for revealing the profound strength and beauty found in the most unexpected places.
Your story touched our hearts and reminded us of the true power that can go unnoticed.
India is a diverse nation. This is a very well-known fact. But today, we bring to you the stage, a unique way of presenting it.
Give it up for Rahi Tejas Shah for presenting us the tabla.
Check. Greetings to everyone. Namaste. Presenting to you the tabla, an ancient percussion instrument that represents the land of Bharat, India. The tabla contains of two parts, the teep and the dagga, both of which have different textures and create distinct sounds. Na, tun, ga, ka. Aren't all these diverse and disconnected sounds? So too does India's diversity look quite perplexing to people who see it from the outside. 22 official languages, 121 regional languages, and 19,500 dialects. But look what happened when all the beats on the tabla come together. The magic of rhythm takes birth. India, that is Bharat, has 28 states and 8 union territories. And yet, one heart of the Indian spirit beats in 1.4 billion bodies. This spirit of oneness lights up our heart. We look upon all Indians as our own brothers and sisters, calling them Anna, Akka, Tambi, Didi, Sahodari, and so on. The variations on the tabla are uncountable, some of them being teen tal, or dadra, and even ektal. And bhajan teka. We celebrate our rich and varied heritage of 64 classical arts, innumerable folk arts, and sciences that pervade the field of architecture, economics, politics, healthcare, and even ethical warfare. All this diversity emanates from our ancient civilization, the Sindhu-Saraswati civilization. So too does India abound in rich diversity and natural beauty. From the lofty Himalayas to the lilting waves gushing across the shores of the Indian Ocean, to the expansive deserts of the West, to the lush green forests of the South. Our greatest pride lies not in being the world's fastest growing economy, but in our universal vision of oneness. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. We offer humanitarian aid, welcome refugees, and even shared vaccines with over 100 nations across the globe. India is ancient and yet ever new. It caters to all tastes. We have animated expression and profound silence. We are traditional, yet transformative. We revere the sacred and are yet scientific. So too is the tabla, very versatile and ever new. It can play to classical, to a bit of folk music, and even to the latest in rap songs. Bhagavad Gita, the yoga philosophy, ahimsa, non-violence, and haldi doodh, the now famous turmeric latte, are India's noteworthy contributions to the world. To this great grand nation, I welcome each and every one of you and pledge my devotion.
Check. That was marvelous, Rahi. Your performance added an enchanting touch to our event. The creativity and skill you brought to the stage was truly commendable.
In a world where it's easy to follow the crowd, the courage to stand alone is rare.
Our next speaker, Vibhum Sardana, will challenge us to think critically and rise above the influence of the mob, encouraging us to lead rather than follow. Please give it up for Vibhum, everybody.
Hi kids, do you like violence? You really think it's cool to keep on trying to put on shoes of different sizes? Want to give you blisters that make you feel like crying? Acting fake like Family Guy's Brian? Why do you want to copy people? Be exactly like they are? It ain't cool, man. It ain't gonna take you too far. Yo. Cut the beat. Cut the beat. Beat rock. Stop the beat. Yo people, look at my state. Trying to rap on beat, knowing it's against my fate. You have to change before it gets too late. If you don't want to be like me when you're 78, just sit back, be patient, and let this doctor operate. Ta-da! That's me. Namaste everyone. My name is Vibhum Sardana, and no, I don't need this stick. My name is Vibhum Sardana, and I'm the biggest phony in the entire world. Or at least that is what I used to be. See, not too long ago, this tall, grey-haired, seemingly wise lad who's on the stage right now used to be a very timid kid. He was a decade-long prisoner of his own comfort zone. A guy who had barely known life beyond his family and a few close friends. And so naturally, his parents had a very hard time trying to get him leave the house. Whether it was to send him to play with other children of his age, or even simply just to send him to his own school. Fed up of his mommy's boy attitude, they made a decision, a very brutal decision. They decided to put him into another school, hoping that their son would come out of his shell, engage in public events, start socializing, and most importantly, acquire the invaluable skill of adapting to new situations. In your words, in Gen Z terms, they wanted him to raise his street cred. And so, determined to be the ideal son to his parents, he set off on a journey harder than the one to the center of the earth, a journey of high school. And guess what? He did a pretty decent job. He managed to mingle in with the popular boys and forged numerous friendships. Great, right? He was living his dream and crushing it. Wonderful. Or was it? Well, it turns out his success came at a very steep price. You see, he was afraid that being his true self would make him a total square in the eyes of Gen Z. And they will target him. The fear of judgment ate him up. And thus, he put on a mask of a fly guy. A guy who used profanities, Haryanvi and Punjabi profanities. He mocked the nerds, bullied people around him, dressed up in a way that wasn't very appropriate. It's not working. Anyways, yeah, just like that. And he jammed to all famous songs at that time and followed every single social media trend, regardless of whether he actually liked it or not. So you see, he crafted an identity that he believed his parents wanted for him, all while staying the same old devoted son back at home. So he was juggling between these two totally contradicting identities. But as time went on, this mask of his stifled his true being, and he fell prey to his own act. Or should I say, he became just another rat dancing to the Pied Piper's tunes. And so one fine day, this pretending hip and his few close friends got another target to pick on, got another target to bully. And guess who it was? It was the school's latest head boy, a well-built man with a thick mustache, just like the Monopoly man. And so that guy was a man of principles, which sadly made him seem quite boring and unconventional in the eyes of the Gen Z. And so the boys like me unleashed the harshest verbal assaults at him, the kind that would make anyone fear for his life. But then, boom, the Foxer, as I like to call people who act fake, remember the name, the Foxer. So he never saw this coming. The head boy had the guts to smile at their faces. He seemed completely undeterred by their words. His eyes betrayed a sense of compassion. So completely thrown off the game, the guy let him go. And perhaps that day, he got an insight into living a better life. Because he couldn't stop thinking about the situation. How was the guy so cool about the incident? People don't like him. How is he fine with that? What makes him so confident? What makes him the head boy material at the first place? And then the biggest question. How does he carry himself with such pride, knowing that he isn't normal, knowing that he's so different? Well, he was certain that only the head boy could answer his questions. And so he approached him, not as a bully, but as a seeker. He found him sitting alone in the library, completely engrossed in his book of Atomic Habits. And so, once again, the familiar willies he used to have as a kid returned. He felt nervous once again. Excuse me, sir. Can I talk to you for a second? Yeah. I mean, how can I help you? Yeah, I kind of needed some advice. That said, he laid it all out. How once he used to be a tender, sweet, loving kid, and why over time he transformed into the pretending brat that he seems to be. He told him that he was living a lie, a complete lie, and that it was totally exhausting. He told him that the superficial acceptance that he got cost him his happiness. The head boy listened very intently. He smiled and then answered. What the head boy said that day changed the fox's life. Or should I say, my life. See, people, life is a bit like a buffet, full of choices. There will be countless dishes laid out before you. And some would seem quite safe and everyone would be piling onto them. But then, there are those completely tempting, unique dishes that you really want to give a try to, but you are too much of a whim to give them a shot. Now, chances are, the people who you think are really, really great, they chose that very dish they were attracted to. And maybe, just maybe, that's what made you give them the props for that, right? Now, I'm no Muhammad Ali in my line of work to give you my example of how I transformed, but then I can list down my favorites and probably yours. Eminem, my man. Big fan, by the way. He is the best rapper of all time, period. Brackets, highly controversial, I know. But then anyways, he didn't let society's norms for a broke white kid determine his life. He embraced his love for the black genre. And with that, he stormed into the mainstream. No white artist, forget white, no artist in the entire world had an impact as great as Eminem's. Now, why is that, you may ask? Well, his unique voice and his flow was one thing, but then, whatever he said came directly from his heart. He was brutally honest about everything. Not to mention, it did get him into a lot of trouble for that. But yeah, people respected him because he dared to be different. He dared to be unique. He dared to be himself. Now people tend to get caught up in the pursuit of what society considers to be right, constantly striving to achieve the standards set by others. But what they fail to understand is that the society's blueprint can be very, very limiting. It can narrow down the definitions of success and personality, barely leaving any space for authenticity. Now, people just like me do try to fit in a lot. But let me tell you, this is coming from my own experience. Pretense is not very durable. It often ends up resulting into what we today as a society call an identity crisis. Not too long ago, I used to think of myself as a mystery, as a great mystery. But then, my teacher, my guide, my mentor, the head boy, he taught me that in reality, there's no one who can know you better than yourself. All you have to do is take the time to introspect and understand who you truly are. And once that is done, boom, you find out your niche, you put your life into it, you set the mask off, and ta-da, you will see yourself making the biggest contributions to the world. Wonderful, right? Take Malcolm X for example, Warren Buffett, Akshay Kumar, Lionel Messi. I know you guys love him. Eminem, any guy who's successful. And you'll find something undeniably unique about them. Be real. Only when you take a step towards authenticity do you give others the chance to be their realest self too. It's like a positive feedback loop, you know. One positive step leads to 1,000 more. But that doesn't really mean that you start identifying yourself as a Walmart bag or a black Siamese cat. I hope you get the reference. So there needs to be a sense of balance. Balance between what you give to the society and what you get back from it. About 4 years ago, I got my first white hair strand. And within a year, my head turned half white. It was another factor that shaped my shy nature as a child. But then today, I think of it as a sign of early wisdom. A reminder to myself that a difference isn't just to be accepted. It is to be celebrated. And also, the salt and pepper look doesn't even look that bad, right? I mean, yeah. Also, about me being an introvert, mostly I'm just playing dog. You know, like imagine a world where everybody is there to talk gibberish and nobody left to actually listen to you, right? That'd be messed up. It's just that some people choose this as a way to conserve their energy. And believe me, when they feel like speaking, they make sure that they're heard. It's just that what I'm basically trying to say is that all you need to do is not try to identify as someone else. Because there's always someone who's going to be better than you. Let's say better at speaking, better looking, better speaker, might also have better six packs, God forbid. But, there's always something that sets you apart, which you might be thinking of as a flaw right now, but believe me, there are people who are looking up to you just because of that. All you have to do is see it as a badge of honor. Now, the doctor's operation is done. It's up to you if you can redeem the privilege of a lifetime. March along with the masses or raise above the mindless. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhum, for encouraging us to rise above the crowd and think independently. Your talk was a powerful reminder of the importance of critical thinking.
Who among us hasn't heard that quiet yet persistent voice influencing our every move?
Our next speaker, Rishi Suresh Iyer, a seasoned golfer, will share his personal experiences on how these inner voices shape our actions and thoughts. Let's welcome Rishi to the stage.
Check, check. There's two things I love. The smell of freshly mown grass and this sound. Ah, heaven. If it isn't obvious, I'm a golfer. Now, when I tell you I play golf, there is most certainly an image which comes to mind. And that will most certainly look like this. Well, today I'm here to prove that wrong. By the end of this talk, you will not see golf as the same sport you did until today. But before we get that far ahead, I think a little backstory is needed. How did I get into this old people's game? Well, it all came from this great, great man. My father. And that got me here. It would be rather blunt of me to give Dad all the credit, because in my journey, there were a few people without whom none of this would have been possible. They are my coach, Digraj sir, my best friend, Ravi sir, and the greatest person known to mankind, Johnny English. Now, why these three? Digraj sir is rather obvious. He's my coach. He taught me everything I know about golf, and he built my swing right from scratch, set me off on this journey. He also gave me something invaluable, a book. In his words, the most important book I will ever receive. A mantra to performing my best in golf. Mind and golf, how are they related? This simple question introduced me to my best friend, Ravi sir. Ravi sir is a rather special person in my life. He taught me about this. He taught me about the actual power I had in my mind and how I could use it. I learned about my fears, about my goals, and about my mind. He taught me techniques to regain control of my thoughts and stay focused. After all of Ravi sir's teachings, when I had all the knowledge of the world, I still found myself unable to use it. This was like chicken biryani, but without chicken. That is where the most important person in my journey comes in. Johnny English. Sorry? Sir Johnny English. That man is without doubt the greatest man to ever exist. He said one thing that changed everything. He said, mind must be master of the body. Whoa. I let this thing take control of how I made my way around the course. Fears walked away. Anxiety was nowhere to be seen. I felt like a gladiator on that course. Ravi sir gave me knowledge, but Johnny English gave me the power to use that knowledge. Just puffed with confidence and my technique as sharp as can be, I made my way into a tournament. Now, I had been in many tournaments before, but this time it was different. This time I was ready. This time I was going to win. Now, as I walked up to that first tee, everything was crystal clear. The breeze was soft. The grass smelled amazing, and I took my stance. I told myself, feet shoulder width, flex the knees, bend from the hips. Ooh, too much. Shoulders relaxed, arms loose, head down, head down. And as I stood on that ball, almost ready to swing, I heard someone.
तुझे देखा तो ये जाना सनम, प्यार होता है दीवाना सनम.
Where did that come from? Everyone around me was quiet. I didn't care. I told myself, mind must be master of the body. And I swung. I don't know who was talking, but I kid you not, I have not hit a worse shot in my entire life. It went from here all the way here, 1 yard. It was so bad, my friend's 3-year-old brother laughed. I was hurt. I walked to a side, looked down, and I was on the verge of tears. So I stood there and pulled out Ravi Sir's first trick. He called it vivid image visualization. I looked down the first hole and focused on where I wanted to reach in my next shot. And in my mind's eye, I hit the perfect shot. I saw it clearly, down to every detail. Funnily enough, I found my rhythm and got into a zone. The next 8 holes went by like a breeze. No singing, no voices. Just me and a course I knew like the back of my hands. Surprisingly, I finished off the front 9 at a score of 2 over par. High in morale, I reached the 10th tee. Who is this guy, man? I was fed up. I had enough. So I shouted at the top of my voice, "Kaun hai be?" I saw no one. But then, when I looked back in front of me, my life jumped out of me. Because standing in front of me on the 10th tee was this guy, me. Hey Rishi, what's up? Shocked? I'm you, the overachiever. You've already won. See the leaderboard? You're 4 shots up. They say athletes are superstitious, but I take that to an extreme. I have a rule of never seeing the leaderboard when I play. And that beautiful bubble of bliss I had around me had just popped. And then he spoke. Not the overachiever, someone much, much worse. Me. And he is so much more dangerous because he crushed every ounce of positive self-talk I had within me. I call him the inhibitor. Rishi, be careful. You've lost bigger leads in the past. Don't miss the green. Confused as I was, I took my club and I stood on the tee. I told myself, come on Rishi, you're doing well. Just stay in the zone. Did you know something? There are 4 words you don't tell yourself when you're in the zone. Stay in the zone. Even I didn't know until I stood on that ball and the world was quiet as can be. Shh. I swung. See guys, cricket is not my strong suit and batting definitely isn't. But I tell you this, I have not hit a better square cut than the shot right there. It went straight there. Bad shot again, Rishi. Now it was time for Ravi Sir's second technique. He called it centering. I took a deep breath and focused all my attention towards my core. I focused on that one point. Aware, intent, and ready. Feeling an energy within me once more, I opened my eyes. The world was back in color. There were no more voices disturbing me, and the grass still smelled as fresh. From a pretty bad tee shot, I can say I recovered decently. In fact, I made par on 11th and 12th before it all went downhill. What followed was such a bad display of golf that if Digrad Sir was there, he would have gouged his eyes out. Let's not get into the details, but they were bad. And next thing I know, I'm walking up to the 18th hole, tied for the lead. By now, I was shaking in my boots. My mind was spinning, and these voices were getting louder than ever. As always, I walked up on the tee, and then they spoke. Rishi, just hit it with everything you have. You've won this tournament already. No, Rishi, it isn't worth the risk. Play safe. Fed up and distraught, I pulled out Ravi Sir's greatest trick till date, called focused ratio breathing. It goes like this. Deep breath in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. And again, and out. Whenever things got out of control, this always steadied the ship. I told myself, come on Rishi, you can do this. 1 hole, 4 shots, you're there. And I pulled the trigger. To my surprise, dead straight, just as planned. Walking down that 18th hole, I had only one thought in my head. Stay in the moment, stay in the moment, stay in the moment. Because often in life, when the good things come to us, we forget to just take it in. Seeing the greatest match in the world, nothing but phones in the audience. Seeing the greatest concert in the world, nothing but phones in the audience. This time, it was just me. No phones, no cameras, nothing. Just me. That's all I wanted walking down that hole, no matter the outcome. And of course, just as I reached where my ball was, it began. Rishi, whatever you do, you've already won. Why does it matter? Rishi, the last time you played, you were right here. And you hit it in the water. Everyone will laugh this time. Rishi, don't. Quiet, Rishi. Don't listen to him. 2 choices in my hands. The overachiever and the inhibitor. 2 entities battling it out in the thick of my brain. At this point, Ravi Sir's first ever teaching came back to me. A question. Why am I here? To me, the answer was simple. To win. To finish this hole in the least number of shots as possible. If I wasn't going to push now, it would all be a waste. So I took a risk. I took a risk not because of the overachiever. I took a risk because I believed in the talent I had as a player on that course. I stood on the ball and I swung. The flight of that ball was the longest 10 seconds of my life. While it was in the air, my heart was here. And then it landed. It landed 1 foot from the flag and stopped. I did it. I did it! From there to the green, it was all just a blur. The sun was setting, the crowds were moving. That's about all I remember. And then, when I finally got there, between me and the hole was 6 feet. On any other day, this would have been a routine putt. But today, everything was riding on this one shot. And as I crouched down to get a read, firm, straight. Come on, Rishi, be aggressive, you'll make it. Don't take risks, Rishi. Just play safe. You worked hard to get here. Come on, Rishi, you're better than him. Hold that thought. I'm better than him? I'm not better, and I'm not worse. In fact, I am them, whether I like it or not. Both of these people are me. Standing over that putt, I finally realized, but the choice of which one prevails is in my hands. Mind must be master of the body. Standing over that putt, it struck me. This is life. I had 200 acres of greenery around me. 1,000 people. All eyes on me. But none of it ever mattered. Golf isn't a game played against an opponent on a course. Golf is a game played on a 5-inch course. The space between your 2 ears. And we're all somewhere on that course, waiting for that one putt, that one shot to go our way. But none of us ever cared to look at boss man up here. Years of learning, days of practice, and hours wasted. All it ever took was one confrontation with the people I held inside me all this time. At that moment, I was nowhere else. At that moment, I knew nothing else. At that moment, I was there. With that feeling in me, I stood over the ball. 1,000th of the blink of an eye. That's all it takes. That's all the control you'll ever have. That's all you can ever think about. Everything you do will boil down to that number. There will be times when you can't control the things that come to you. All you can do is have faith in yourself and in your capabilities. Of course, there'll be times when the world around you is spinning. All you can do when you stand over that ball is breathe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Rishi, for exploring the power of the mind and how our inner voices can shape our actions. Your talk was both thought-provoking and insightful.
We have heard about symmetry in math. We learn its different aspects while studying design and photography.
But today, the TED team has something novel in the form of the art which the entire world regards our nation for. A discipline, a practice. Featuring the female force of CIRS, the Yoga Mandala dance.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
Check.
Check. Now that is what we call coordination at its peak.
Yoga and symmetry, both are admirable, but when integrated, their elegance just amplifies.
What a fantastic continuation of thought-provoking talks. Our next group of speakers have truly left us with much to ponder.
We now request our Madam Principal, Srimati Rajeshwari, to felicitate these remarkable speakers.
Please give them a warm round of applause as they step forward to receive their recognition.
First up, we have Nishita Pokuri. After listening to you, we will always surely miss our TV in life.
Shaurya Shinde. You taught us that the greatest source of inspiration can be just around us.
Vibhum, your talk was one that makes you distinct from the mob.
Rishi Suresh Iyer. Thank you, Rishi, for introducing us to the voice in your head and sharing with us the magic of golf and transformation.
Thank you, Madam Principal. Self-worth is one of the most important attributes we can cultivate.
Ria Sonteke, our next speaker, will address the dangers of undervaluing oneself and how embracing our talents can empower us to contribute meaningfully to the world.
Please welcome Ria to the stage.
Check. Picture for a moment, if you will, in your mind's eye, Iron Man's face. Quite unexpected, isn't it? But really easy to do. You know why? Because his charm, his character, his personality, they're carved into our brains. But imagine if his life had turned out differently. At the end, when Thanos had told him, I am inevitable, if he had been doubtful of himself, we would not have had the brave hero we today call Iron Man. One action, one mistake is enough to create an impression that is impossible to break, no matter what you do after. Knowingly or unknowingly, most people desire to create the best impression of themselves as possible. Am I any different? No, I'm not. I was caught in the exact same whirlpool of trying to create the best impression I could of myself. Let's take an example. The CIRS interview. When all of you came for the interview, what was your answer to the question, why did you choose CIRS? I have a feeling it was some variation of, I want to become independent, or I want to learn Indian culture and traditions. Did any of you actually say what you really expected? No, right? That's because the answers I just said, we feel like they'll create a good and strong impression and make us look more favorable in their eyes. Some of you here probably worry a lot about what others think about you. I do too. And while it's harmless to feel like you want others to accept you and like you, you might lose yourself along the way. I've been there and done that. I'm here to share my story and hope that you learn why you need to get rid of that inferiority complex. Let's see, I'll take you back to one of my flashbacks, to 6th grade, when I'd just come to CIRS and everything was new and fascinating. I thought I'd be a part of all the activities and I would showcase my talents and strengths. But a little later, a few months in, I realized I was always sitting with the audience, cheering and clapping for the ones who were on stage performing. And I already didn't think I was that good. But here the real battle began. To make myself feel more worthy, I tried my hand in so many activities, but nothing worked. My self-confidence started dropping. The little me, she was so desperate to be accepted, but she didn't know how. She didn't know the path of acceptance, and I found myself on the path of self-deprecation, which is the threat of undermining yourself, not knowing your true worth and value. We are often told not to go to the extremes of anything, right? In this case, extreme refers to the impression you think people have of you. And in the effort not to look arrogant or conceited, we end up looking extremely underconfident or even fake sometimes because we take the train too far. Let's see. So when I came to CIRS, I just told you how I was, right? So self-deprecation, like I said, doesn't stop here. It is a part of every single day of your life. When you achieve something and people come and congratulate you, you kind of wave them off or downplay your success by saying, it wasn't such a big deal. That's what I did too. Last year, I won an extempore competition, and when others came to congratulate me, I simply said it wasn't such a big deal. That led to my losing pride in myself and my achievement. It didn't give me any confidence anymore, any happiness. So now that I know that this is what I do in my everyday life, what should I do about it? I don't know how to go about accepting myself and helping others accept me. So self-deprecation, it's like a bad habit, almost muscle memory, extremely hard to get rid of. But here are some ways that helped me. I spoke to the people I trusted around me and asked them what they thought of me. That brought me a little bit more confidence. I took risks because the achievements I made, they wouldn't have been possible without those risks. I surrounded myself with people who were supportive, encouraging, and positive. And I tried to be fearless so that I would judge myself lesser and others would judge me lesser too. Because at the end of the day, only two things matter the most. No one can make you feel like you have to hide your abilities under self-deprecation if you know your potential. Nothing in the world can make you feel inferior or incapable if you know what you can bring to the world through your talents. Thank you.
Check.
Thank you, Ria, for empowering us with your message on self-worth and the importance of recognizing our talents.
Your talk was truly inspiring. Thank you once again.
Dreams shape the future, and the courage to pursue them defines our legacy.
Ram Krishna Ajay Kulkarni, our next speaker, will inspire us to dream big and take control of our future.
Reminding us that the power to create history lies within each one of us.
Please welcome Ram Krishna to the stage.
Check, check, check. Have you ever wondered what is it that compels us humans to scale the tallest mountains, dive to the bottom of the deepest oceans, and explore the vast infinity of space? What drove Sir Ernest Shackleton in search of the South Pole amidst the freezing sub-zero temperatures of Antarctica? Or inspired Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay to conquer Mount Everest? What is it that sets the 8 billion of us apart from every other species on this planet? Well, I believe that it is our desire to achieve something greater than what has been accomplished that makes us do all these things which I just listed. It is this drive for more that is ingrained deeply within us. It's the same force that has propelled countless individuals in their pursuit of something greater than themselves. Sometimes this tendency to strive for excellence has led us to fall down. However, this has never been a problem, as getting back up again is something that comes as second nature to all of us. Think of Thomas Edison, who failed 1,000 times before he invented the light bulb. History is filled with such examples of dreamers who faced adversity but persevered through sheer determination and hard work. If the nomadic hunter-gatherers of the Ice Age hadn't dared to dream of living in comfort and security as agriculturists, would we have civilization? If the Wright brothers hadn't dared to dream of flying, would we have airplanes? And if the freedom fighters of our country hadn't dared to dream of an India without the British, would we be an independent nation? Ladies and gentlemen, history is written by the dreamers. The future belongs to the dreamers. For it is the dreamers alone who have shaped the course of human civilization. From Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who fought for a just and independent India, to Subhash Chandra Bose, who inspired millions in resistance against the British rule, and what of Jamshedji Tata, who revolutionized the Indian industry. It is these individuals who have demonstrated the immense power of dreams. But my dear friends, the real question is, have you identified your dream? Because so many people haven't. The majority of us drift through life, living and dying unnoticed. We fail to recognize the power of dreams because we never even discover what our individual dream is. As the man who dropped out of college, started a business from his garage, and eventually built a multi-billion-dollar company, famously said, that was Steve Jobs. We're here to make a dent in the universe. Otherwise, why else even be here? Do you know why you're here? Now, the answer to that can be easy or difficult to find. Some people just know, while others take some time in figuring things out. Well, this is the story of how I discovered 3 rules that helped me find something that resembled an answer to this very question. And that is why I share them with you on this stage, in the hope that they'll help you as much as they helped me. Well, I discovered my first rule last April, when I witnessed something that turned out to be a personal wake-up call. This something was a rather simple activity that seemed rather silly. Take a 100 centimeter length of ribbon that represents your entire life. Now think of all the time that you spend not actively pursuing your goals and cut off appropriate lengths of ribbon. Pretty simple, right? Wrong. For when I finished adding up the hours and cutting that ribbon, I found that I had only 10 centimeters left. Imagine, 100 centimeters became just 10. What had seemed like all the time in the world had vanished in the blink of an eye. The scissors which had so easily cut my lifeline to shreds were now steadily snipping away at my dreams. I knew then that if I wanted to achieve the dreams that I envisioned for myself, I would have to work hard every single day to make them into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, this was my first rule. Value the time that you have left. Value the time that you have left. The second rule arose from a problem that affects a large part of the world's population. Yes, even us. The inability to dream big. For when we do dream, we usually dream of small things, personal things, selfish things. But if your dream does not affect the people of the world in some way or the other, nobody cares. At the end of the day, small dreams make small people, while big dreams make big people. So nurture a dream that in some way or the other helps people, benefits nations, and makes this world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, this was my second rule. Always dream big. Always dream big. Finally, I discovered the third rule while vacationing with my family in the city of pearls, Hyderabad. We were enjoying some delicious chocolate ice cream one night when my father said to me, "Son, this ice cream did not come for free. Always remember, to enjoy quality, you need money." Yeah, Dad, I've heard all this before. Work hard, don't give up, keep working. I'm bored already. How about another ice cream? Well, my father left it at that. But little did I realize that these words would have such a huge impact on me. For as I reflected upon them, I realized a simple yet powerful truth. It does cost money to buy quality, but it also costs money to make that same quality. It may sound absurd, it may sound obvious, but let me tell you that it is this mindset that has fueled the success of anyone who is considered great or famous. They recognized that as they pursued their dreams, the world was going to oppose them every step of the way. They knew that to achieve their dreams, there was one often overlooked but very, very important factor: money. This financial security is what ensured that whether they fulfilled their dreams or not, they always had a roof above their heads, good food in their belly, and a caring family around them. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to my third and final rule. Dreams mean nothing when you have no money to pay the bills. Dreams mean nothing when you have no money to pay the bills. 3 rules, ladies and gentlemen, 3 rules. Value the time that you have left. Always dream big. And dreams mean nothing when you have no money to pay the bills. When I discovered these rules, I had no idea that they would impact me in such a huge way. I now know that I hold the power within me to achieve my dreams. What seemed impossible before was now within my reach. I'm sure that all of us here hold some dreams that we hope to fulfill someday. I'm certain that we have felt that we cannot achieve them due to uncertainty about the future. However, it does not have to be this way. By valuing the time that you have left and always dreaming big, you can empower yourself to achieve your dreams. And by recognizing that dreams mean nothing when you have no money to pay the bills, you can indeed build a firm base that allows you to achieve them. Ladies and gentlemen, history is written by the dreamers. The future belongs to the dreamers. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow dreamers, history is written by you. The future belongs to you. Namaste.
Check.
Thank you, Ram Krishna, for inspiring us to dream big and take control of our future. Your words have left us motivated to write our own history.
Now, silence shall take the lead as Gautam Krishna's hands and heart succeed. In a dance of gestures, quiet tales unfold, experiencing the magic of a story untold. For the solo mime show, everybody, give it up for Gautam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Gautam once more. That was such a profound piece of art, and I'm pretty sure that it all left us speechless.
Perception shapes reality, and the journey to self discovery is often defined by how we view our progress. Our next speaker, Siia Rajiv, will explore the concept of perception and how it influences our understanding of success and fulfillment.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Siia to share her thoughts.
Check, check. Let's start with an elementary question. How many planets do you all know? 8 is it? Or maybe 9? Well, I'm here to introduce to you a completely new planet. This is your planet. Or to be more precise, this is not just a representation of you or me, but anybody willing to give imagination a shot. Well, we can't leave this newly discovered planet unnamed now, can we? I'm going to name my planet Siia. Planet Siia. Planet Siia physically looks like any of your planets, but interestingly, the evolution of the features on all our planets is completely unique to each and every one of us. Sounds complicated? Let's figure this out. How? By dissecting planet Siia. Now, each planet has its own unique terrain. And to navigate this one, we first arrive at the Sea of Change. Now, unlike other seas, this sea has a lot more history to it than what might catch the eye. This sea was formed when a 11-year-old me just wanted to get away from city life in boring old day school and just wanted to try something, well, different. But little did I know the journey that awaited me needed a lot more strength and courage than I thought it would require. As young as I was when I first entered boarding school, I preferred to, well, cry and whine instead of simply accepting my fate. But after countless Sunday callings and shared emails, my knight in shining armor finally arrived. COVID-19, or so I thought. Well, it was one of those phases in my life that was clouded in uncertainty. And it was during this period of uncertainty that planet Siia was struck by a comet called My Parents. And boy, was it a spectacle. I am talking about the constant arguments and recurring fights between us that occurred on a daily basis, which I sailed through somehow, thanks to a few sailors in boats who taught me how to sail through these setbacks. Now, in this sea, I was faced with a variety of tides, which took me through various trials of highs and lows. But these range from sleepless nights over math exams to standing on this very stage to receive this badge, which could possibly lead me to become a better person. Now, most people would assume that this was all one smooth journey and are probably imagining a Hawaiian resort and mojitos. But trust me, it was nothing like it. I mean, I was at one point where I was ready to pack my bags and walk out of my house because I was stripped away from the one thing that made me whole, Fortnite. But, of course. Now, this brings me to the dilemma I was in and honestly still am. When I went home, I wanted to come back to school. And when I finally went to school, I wished I had stayed at home. This showed me how everything was a matter of perception. I eventually realized that in those times of cluelessness, when I felt alone, I had to find things that were solely meant for me, which helped me find peace within myself, which helped me grow. Eventually, I started putting myself first, and that's when it finally hit me, that everything I'm doing in my life is going to affect me. So why am I here running after other people's validation? This realization led to the blooming of the first flower on Sia's personal growth garden. Now, of course, two things kept me going my entire childhood: hope and my will to dream. I still remember the countless hours I spent just zoning out and imagining myself as the most unthinkable things. ranging from a revolutionary marine biologist to even a sannyasi, ready to surrender all worldly pleasures. Now, hope is something the world needs to be able to function. People need something to believe in, somewhere or something to put their faith in. But my hope was not entirely self-made, as it came from various people and places for which I will forever be grateful for and indebted to. This led to the formation of yet another remarkable landmark on planet Siia, the forest of hopes and dreams. Now, you see, as our planet starts to progress, a very obvious question comes into all of our minds. When will our planet be complete? You see, the potential that our planet holds is infinite. That means the number of landmarks that can be formed is also, well, infinite. Wait, does this indicate that our planet will never be complete? Then you may wonder, why put in so much effort into curating it if there seems to be, well, no end in sight? You see, this little project of ours is interrace, as it's personal. Because one day you're, well, destined to be on your deathbed. And on that day, all you'll wonder is what you did to add significance to this little life of yours. So don't be afraid of expanding your planet, because sometimes we lose sight of why we do all this. Why exhaust ourselves day in and day out trying to perfect every aspect of our personality? Why, most importantly, why we care so deeply? And you know, the answer is pretty simple. It is to feel good about our existence, which we come to forget. Never overlook the infinite potential that resides in the core of your planet. And remember, you hold the power to the most insignificant detail on your planet, from the birth of the most insignificant butterfly to even a zombie apocalypse. It's all in your hands. And remember, as a wise man once said, that was a test. Stop listening to wise men for a change. Stop looking within all the time. Look outside to the world around you. Use the concepts of your planet and implement them to the world around you. Keep trying to make your planet as beautiful as possible and enjoy everything you have as it lasts. Thank you and Hari Om.
Check. Thank you, Siia, for your enlightening talk on perception and progress. Your words have encouraged us to view our journeys through a more thoughtful lens.
The mysteries of space have fascinated humanity for centuries. But what drives this obsession? Arnav Nair, our next speaker, will explore our relentless pursuit of the unknown and how it reflects our desire for change and discovery. Please welcome Arnav to the stage.
Check. Whenever we pray, whenever we are in some problem, we look up to the sky. It's in our instincts, and we just look up there, believing that God is there. Humans have been captivated by the celestial wonders above for millennia, and it is this fascination that has fueled countless dreams, myths, and scientific endeavors. Great athletes and sportspersons like Lionel Messi, Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar all look up to the sky in silent prayer. Throughout history, the sky has held profound psychological and spiritual significance. It has been seen as a place of divine beings, a source of inspiration, and a symbol of the vastness of the universe. This enduring fascination is what has driven us to explore the cosmos, to seek answers to our deepest questions, and to expand our understanding of our place in the universe. Now, what is space? Space is a vast three-dimensional world without gravity. There's so much to explore there. Personally, I love space. The simplicity of all objects in it, combined with the complex things that happen naturally, intrigues me. I think this curiosity is why many people choose to work in the space field. Many space enthusiasts are trying to find forms of life outside of Earth, especially on the red planet, Mars. For all the professionals working in the fledgling space industry, the bottom line objective would be to find a new planet, a mega Earth, a super Earth, a better source of water, fuel. At this juncture, I would like to ask you, what about Earth?
Does Earth, the ship on which we sail through the cosmos, ever factor into our equation? Friends, the ethical implications of prioritizing space exploration over our needs is a topic which requires our consideration. Is space exploration a boon or bane? Let's analyze perspectives. Let us start with the positives of having a space industry or space economy, which is estimated to be worth around $546 billion. For example, the ISRO's Chandrayaan-3 has explored the south pole of the moon and has found sources of fuel along with water in the form of ice. It is said that space exploration was the reason why satellites were developed. Space exploration is also the reason why we know so much about our own solar system. On the negative side, our emissions soar into the heavens with the continuous launch of rockets, and the planet load of industrial waste adds to our ever-increasing pollution invoice. According to a recent NASA estimate, there is evidence of about 6,000 tons of orbital waste lying in the low Earth orbit. So yes, humans unknowingly, in their rush to find solutions for a better future, have possibly drastically reduced and in some places even completely destroyed the chances of living on Earth. Away from the topic for a brief moment, I want to let you all know that I love maths, so it's going to be the numbers that speak out more than my words. Now, let me share some facts and statistics about how a small change can have a big impact. Every year, billions of dollars are spent on acquiring the latest technology, building rockets and satellites, and equipping them with sensors. Then comes the added cost for salaries of employees, land cost, and so much more. In 2023, the global expenditure for space exploration hit a record high of approximately 117 billion US dollars. We literally have 11 individuals with a higher net worth than that on the Forbes Billionaire Index. While space exploration holds potential benefits like finding new sources of water and habitable planets, I believe that such a large number of resources should not solely be allocated towards space exploration. Instead, a small portion of this can and should be allocated towards addressing more pressing and above all, immediate concerns. Okay, let us catch hold of the big bull in this industry, the United States of America. A country at the top of the pecking order. Let me give you a glimpse into the depressing data of the poverty sheet. Just how many people in the United States live under poverty? Well, here is the number. In 2022, an estimated 37.9 million people lived under poverty in the United States. And let us imagine that this number stays the same for 2023, if not more. In 2023, the US government spent $73.9 billion on its space programs, making it the highest country that spent the highest on space programs. On a rough estimate, there would be a need of $177 billion to pull each and every person living in the Americas over the poverty line. NASA has done a remarkable job for the year, but we are still yet to see a significant invention that can change ground realities on a massive scale. Now let us look at things from another perspective. What if the United States government cut a quarter from its allocated space exploration budget and invested it in eradicating poverty? This would amount to roughly $18.3 billion. Over a time period of 9 to 10 years, this could contribute significantly to the $177 billion figure we're talking about. Given that the United States government does not solely allocate all its resources towards space exploration, with a bit of reallocation of resources from other fields as well, it is possible that a substantial transformation could occur within one of the world's largest economies. And let me tell you a fact. This is not just about the big countries. Any country in the world can do this by taking what might be a small portion of the maximum amount of money they are investing in high-end R&D and invest it directly in ideas that can improve the quality of living here at home. All of this sums up to just one word: change. Ultimately, the key to a better future lies in positive change. By transforming ourselves and our society, we can alleviate the burdens faced by countless individuals and create a more equitable and just future.
To conclude my talk, I would like to say just one thing. Yes, space exploration for a better future is not necessarily a bad thing. However, if we can spark a change and use the what seems like infinite amount of wealth that our countries possess, then we can create a better future for ourselves. And then maybe space exploration would regain its true purpose amongst humans. For it to be explored, for us to push the boundaries of what we know, for us to dig deeper and expand our reserves of knowledge, all the while living harmoniously on our planet of life, the planet of life, planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnav, for exploring humanity's fascination with space and how it drives our desire for change and discovery.
Your talk was truly captivating. Get ready to groove. Our students are about to dazzle you with an energetic hip-hop dance performance that's all about rhythm, style, and pure fun.
As we take a brief interlude, sit back and enjoy the show as we bring the vibrant world of hip-hop to life on stage.
Nothing into something, I work hard and I play. I be chillin', but I'm business, call me boss lady. Don't be jealous, my hustle, cause I'm killing all day. I be flexing my muscles, I don't care what they say. See the watch, see the Benz, I could spend my money. So much dough, so much bread, I could have a bakery. Watch out, I'm in my zone, hand me the microphone. They say when in Rome, yep. Me and my crew, although we made it back, we on top. We keep on pushing, bars are raising. We don't stop, no one can replicate the magic that we unlock. Cause we on top. Woo!
Put your hands up in the air, 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 put your hands up in the air.
Tisket the tasket, we the freaking baddest. You can cause your drama cause it won't stay here. A tisket the tasket, you are so unbalanced. Freak out if you wanna cause you're losing it, dear. Me and my crew, although we made it back, we on top. We keep on pushing, bars are raising. We don't stop, no one can replicate the magic that we unlock. Cause we on top, we on top.
Hands up in the air, put your 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 hands up in the air.
We on top.
A huge thank you to our amazing dancers. Your energy and talent have truly brightened up the stage.
We've just inspired another set of speakers who have brought fresh ideas and insights to the stage. To acknowledge their efforts, we invite our esteemed headmaster, Shri Ganesh, to the stage to facilitate these deserving speakers.
Let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause. First up, we like to call on stage Ria Sontake.
Followed by Ram Krishna Ajay Kulkarni.
Next, we have Siia Rajiv.
And finally, Arnav Nair.
Thank you so much, Ganesh sir.
Our reality is often a mirror of our deepest desires and truths. Mahi, our next speaker, will explore the complex relationship between what we wish for and what we perceive, guiding us to better understand the world around us.
Let's welcome Mahi to the stage.
Check, check.
Have you ever thought, what is it when you look inside the mirror? What do you see? A reflection, right? So, as we have a bright side and a dark side in our life, so does a reflection. So, what is a reflection? A reflection has two ways of seeing it. The first is the old one, that the normal you looking at yourself. And the second is when you look at yourself through someone else's perspective, through someone else's eyes. Just does not matter if it's good or bad. Well, reality of reflections. What does this mean? Reality means the truth. Reflection means contemplation, introspection. So, when put together, reality of reflection means the truth of introspection. A lot of people introspect, but not everyone reaches their highest of potential. For that, you have to go through a few speed breakers in our life, starting with the biggest and the toughest one, called ego. So, have you ever been called egoistic, a narcissist, or perhaps a self-centered brat? Well, do you know the meaning of these words? I'm sure, if not the meaning, you definitely know the word ego, as it has been used in a lot of places. So, what is ego? Have you ever felt that you're better than someone? Have you ever felt that you're the best? Have you ever felt that nobody can beat you? Well, congratulations, my friends. You've experienced ego. Ego is an inflated feeling of superiority of yourself over others. Like, in my words, what I would say ego is, it's a full stop to your journey to success. Because the second you get ego, the second you think you're the best, you stop trying, which leads you back to square one. So, if we call ego a person's devil, then self-respect is definitely the person's angel. So, if we, like you can see here, when we have self-respect, we stick to our ethics. So I have an anecdote from my life. In 7th grade, I lost all my insecurities. I lost all my confidence to my insecurities. I lost myself in a cage of all these what-ifs I made up. I lost myself. I was scared of being myself, thinking that nobody would want to accept me. Nobody will like me. If any of you are going through the same, I want you to ask yourself, who are they to accept me? Who are they to tell me what I am worth of? I want you to understand that only you answer these questions and nobody else. Self-respect is a positive view of oneself. It's a way you should look at yourself in. Like, for example, let's see a student got selected for a competition that you thought you could have done better. So that time you go to your teacher and approach him. Sir, why did she get selected for the competition? You know I could have done better. I'm way better than her. I'm the best. That was when I had ego. Sir, may I know why I didn't get selected for the competition? That was when I had self-respect. When I had self-respect, I respected my teacher, who was giving me such opportunities. But when I had ego, I disrespected him. I gave up. So ego is literally a full stop. At times, what happened is that you treat yourself, you get treated unfairly, which basically leads you to the fear of judgment, because you think that I cannot do this, I cannot do that, and then what will others think of me? That leads you to fear of judgment. So the fear of judgment is basically when you're scared of what others will talk about you, what others will say about you. It is a thing you should never have, because it does not matter what they think about you. It does not matter what they say. You should always, always believe in yourself. So, this fear of judgment also leads us to one more speed breaker, which is overthinking. So, overthinking, it's like literally the overdose of thoughts. So, when you think too much, when you think about negative too much, you become negative. For example, I think that I'm not going to do it. I think that I will never make it. I just feel like giving up. That is me overthinking. And the best way to face your own fears is to face them. So the best way to overcome your fears is to face them. So just do it. So, the best way to be happy is that 3 positive thoughts for 1 single negative thought, which makes the positivity ratio 3:1, which easily defeats the negativity. And it makes you a very positive person in general. And sometimes what happens is that when you try your best, but nobody sees your efforts, of course it hurts. It hurts because you are trying your best, but nobody is even looking at you. It's just overlooked. You're just overlooked. Your efforts are overlooked. You feel bad, and you feel like you're not enough. You have to understand that it's not you, it's not them who define you. It's not them who define your worth. You should know you're worth it. You can do it. Just tell yourself you can do it. And here is a poem I would like to say, which I created myself when I was going through the same situation. The inner me. One thing people can never see. If they count all my wrongs, I know there can be songs. But what about the things I do right? That, to be forgotten, takes a single night. I wish I'm a human. There are mistakes I've done. But no matter how hard I try, I always, literally always end up with a sigh. I wish I had this one chance, one single chance to start my day with a happy dance without people giving me that judging glance. In my 13 years of life, I've not experienced every single thing that a person should, but I sure understood one crucial thing, that you're never as good as you can be. So just move forward, keep moving forward, never stop. Every day is a chance for you to grow. Every day gives you an opportunity for growing, for improving in every single thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahi, for your insightful exploration on how our desires and truths shape our reality. Your talk offered us a new way of understanding the world.
Life doesn't always give us a winning hand, but how we play our cards matter. Shruti Mishra will take us through the journey of navigating life's challenges, exploring the allure of denial and the risks it carries. Let's welcome her to share her perspective. Everybody give a huge round of applause for Shruti, please.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am your card dealer for today. Imagine yourself sitting at a high-stakes poker table with your life savings on the line. Every single player is intensely staring at their cards. The atmosphere is tense. You are already imagining walking out with a huge prize. You know that victory is just minutes away. As you hold your flush, you have your best poker face on. You're waiting for your turn. As the players put down their cards, you feel the rumbling rush of excitement through your body. But just before your turn, the player before you puts down his cards, revealing a royal flush. Just like that, with a cruel twist of fate, all your money is lost. All your dreams are shattered. Well, how would you react? You're devastated, angry, disappointed, shocked? This isn't just a regular card game. This is a metaphor for life. We're all sitting at this cosmic poker table. We're all dealt varying fortunes of cards. Some days we're kings and queens, and the other we're dealt a pair of deuces. It is you who puts yourself in so many different situations, be it consciously or unconsciously. And each time you do this, the game progresses a step further. Well, who are the other players then? Look around. Every single person sitting next to you is a player on this cosmic table, playing the same game with the same rules and the same old cards. Whenever life deals you a set of cards, They might be encouraging, they're bizarre, they're unfair. But in the end, isn't it about what you make of these situations which are difficult? I mean, one day you might be heading $1 million company, and the other you might just go bankrupt. Isn't it about what you make of these unfair set of cards? The truth is that when you're faced with such cards, the path of denial is a tempting choice. Quite easy to take. But what's the catch? What if I told you this path can never exist? It's a dead end. Denial is just another excuse for giving up. Denial is what you do when life gives you a set of bad cards and you're just like, no, I have to give up. I can't do this anymore. Why would you deny yourself success with just a bad set of cards? When you had the confidence to think about winning, you should have the courage to accept loss. And this is a lesson I learned firsthand. So, let me tell you a little bit about my story. As a young kid, life was pretty much getting scolded by mom, fighting with my brother, eating Nani's food, and yeah, that was it. My brother and I would spend hours swimming in the small pool in our farmhouse. We would play with the guard dog, and that wraps it up. Regular, everyday kid. But as we matured, things started getting a bit more serious. The stakes rose, and we had to set our priorities. So my brother and I eventually set academics as our priority. Shuti, you are going to study. Studies is the priority. I mean, the pressure to succeed intensified, and no one ever really pressurized me or even my brother with it. It was just that with every card we were dealt, we raised the stakes. So, when I came here in my 6th grade as this studious kid who would deny herself many opportunities because she had to study. Shruti, would you want to go out, play? I have to study. Shruti, would you want to maybe sing? I have to study. And this kind of stuck around with me for a while. Anyways, let's cut to my 10th grade. The board year was approaching. I mean, honestly, the entire year was an unforgettable one. I made so many memories. I learned so much about myself. But most importantly, I learned a lot about life. So, as the year started, I mentally prepared myself to work hard the entire year. I pushed myself to stay awake till as late as I could, studying, revising. It was a grind. And I had 3 things on my mind: exams, exams, and exams. So, with the blink of an eye, the year came to an end, and the board exams had commenced. I still remember the day very, very well. 7th of March, 2024. The social exam. I had written everything I knew on the paper. I was walking back from lunch from the Annakshetra with some of my friends, and I was still savoring the hot sambar I just had. We started eventually discussing about the question paper, and I casually just took a glance at my question paper. To my horror, I realized that I had not attempted an entire section on the question paper. The section E. Everything stopped. I couldn't think of anything. I started breaking down. Had I overwritten? Had I not looked at them? Had I not written the questions? I don't know. Losing those 12 marks felt like the end of the world. I kept denying it. Denial was my futile attempt at escaping the reality of my situation. I replayed that entire episode over and over, trying to figure out what had gone wrong with me. And I still haven't found an answer. I refuse to believe that the same girl who'd cry over losing half a mark in a cyclic test and punish herself for it had gone on to commit such a grave error on an exam that could be deciding her future. But that same girl is standing here today giving a talk about accepting your tough situations, a talk about accepting these unfair set of cards. I've come a long way. Initially, it was quite tough for me to accept that I could commit such a careless mistake. But eventually, I faced it up front. I told myself, Shruti, it was a mistake. It was an accident. And guess what? Everyone makes mistakes. You are going to come back twice as strong. You're going to work twice as hard. You're going to put in twice the effort, but you're not going to give up. And that was the day I truly won despite facing a loss. And I mean, 20 years from now, who knows? I'll be looking back and laughing about this. So, in the end, whenever you're dealt a set of cards, always remember, however they may be, keep playing, keep striving, keep putting them on, keep winning, keep losing, because you don't lose until you give up. And to end it with a small quote of Shakespeare with a little update. All the world's a game, and all of us its players. Thank you.
Check.
Check.
Thank you so much, Shruti, for taking us through the journey of complexities of life's challenges and the temptation of denial. Your insights were indeed practical and profound.
Failure is not the end, but a stepping stone towards greatness. Our last speaker for the day, Ayush Srinath, will delve into how setbacks can lead to greater success, reminding us that each fall is an opportunity to rise stronger.
Let us give a warm welcome to Ayush.
Check. When the world feels like it's crushing around you, what ignites that fire in your gut? What shoves you off the floor and propels you forward when the world shuts you down? It's the relentless force of passion and tenacity. At the mere age of 5 months, the ICU came calling and I went running. I was admitted for an unknown viral condition and the doctors were baffled. I suffered a minor stroke and I lost control over half my body. My right leg, right hand, and neck were completely immobilized. If you were to pick me up, the right side of my body would dangle like a rag doll. I was put on medication a few days later and I quickly regained control. However, because of that incident, my right hand's weakness persists to this day. I find it almost impossible to perform certain tasks with my right hand that my left hand can, like picking up multiple objects, or moving my wrist in a certain way, or even snapping my fingers. But I never let that stop me. I always used to be active. My parents and relatives never always said that as a toddler, I never learned to walk. But instead, I used to run and jump and climb onto anything I could reach. I never thought of my weakness as a disability, and I never let my limitations hold me back. But a persistent fear in my life still is shaking somebody's hand. A handshake is an integral part of societal norms when you greet somebody for the first time. And with my hand being relatively smaller and weaker, it would feel as if you were shaking the hand of a toddler. Even now, in my teenage years, I face a lot of problems. From not being able to perform tasks expected of a 16-year-old, and a lot of negative comments and mockery about my weakness. But all that did was build my mental resilience. I would let the comments come in through one ear and just leave through the other. In hopes to strengthen my right hand's improvement, my mother introduced me to my first love when I was just 7 years old, the drums. I was afraid to even think that I would play such a physically demanding instrument. And I could never have imagined that right now I would be a grade 6 Trinity drummer. But here I was. Now that I was enrolled for classes, I was confined to a tiny room with just my instructor and 2 drum sets. And if you saw me try to play, you would have to wait an eternity to hear a single note because I was still figuring out how to hold the stick with my right hand. Eventually, after I figured that out, I found out that I needed to know how to learn
and read music notation and play with a certain concept known as tempo. I was fed up. Each weekly class, I would barely manage to play a single bar in a song. And at that pace, not only was I getting on my mom's nerves, but I was really testing my instructor's patience. But I was getting better, slowly but surely, and I could feel it. I began to perform at concerts held at the academy I was learning at, and I began to gain recognition for my abilities. A few years later, I changed schools, and there I was introduced to my second love, athletics. Following a rigorous selection process, I was made a part of the school team. And our weekly Monday and Wednesday after-school trainings were the highlights of the week for me. But I never felt good about myself. I never felt that I was on par with the other athletes there. And the problem was that I never accepted that I wasn't good enough. Instead, I would blame my weakness on the lack of results. I dug a little deeper, and I found out that the real problem was none other than me. It was my mindset. I thought that I was smaller. And I thought to myself, if they can do it, if they can be faster, stronger, and better, why couldn't I? I would train to be better than the others, and I would fail repeatedly, but that's fine, because failures are just proof that we are trying. Why do we fall? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up. From then onwards, I was different. My attitude towards myself and my abilities had changed. I realized my potential. If I was able to play the drums, if I was an athlete with good potential, and I had put in this much effort, not putting in just a little more to reach my 100% would be a crime. I decided that I would do what it takes to achieve greatness. I started regular self-talk and positive affirmations towards myself. And I dedicated more time in the day to just being with myself and reflecting upon what I did in the day. I know this may not sound like much to you all, but these small 1% improvements every day leads to a much larger improvement in the long run. For my physical aspect, I started practicing wrist control exercises and fine finger movements. And these small steps are what helped me take the bigger leap in the future. I feel more confident now because I've developed from what I used to be before, both mentally and physically. And I did not let a couple of limitations hold me back. Everybody experiences these physical or mental backdowns in life, but what we do about it is what marks us and our reputation in the world. 16 years ago, I was affected with a neurological virus that made me lose control over half my body. It was a condition that we still don't know exactly, but our guess is a virus known as pneumococcal meningitis that affected my brain. I wasn't able to move. And now, there was a chance that condition could have been fatal. And there was a chance that I would not be alive right now. But here I am, an athlete, a grade 6 Trinity drummer, and much more. I've achieved a lot in my life, and I did not let a couple of limitations hold me back. Build your discipline and focus on yourself because you can be anything that you set your mind to. Don't let somebody else's words stop you from being what you can. Know that you are bigger. Grit. It's the strength that keeps one moving. Grit is the courage to stand for what's right. It's the stubborn refusal to quit. It's the courage to stand your ground no matter the opposition and not move. All of us sitting here have that trait within us. We just need to harness it and use it to be successful men and women in whatever we choose to do. Robert Yu, a renowned author, once said, and I quote, "In life, it doesn't matter what happens to us. What matters is, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to complain and shrink? Or are you going to step into your greatness?" That's my time. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Ayush, for showing us that every fall is an opportunity to rise stronger.
Your message on perseverance and self-growth will surely stay with us.
We've reached the final group of speakers for today's event. What an incredible journey it has been. Each of the speakers have left us with a lasting insight and inspiration.
To celebrate their achievements, we invite our beloved, ever dynamic and energetic Brahmachari Sanatan Bhaiya to the stage to facilitate these exceptional young minds. Please join me in applauding their efforts as they step forward to receive their well-deserved recognition. First up, we have Mahi Mandhana.
Next up, we have Shruti Mishra.
And finally, we have Aush.
As we come to the close of this remarkable event, we are deeply honored to have with us our Director of Academics and Administration, Srimati Shanti Krishnamurthy.
In spite of her busy and jam-packed schedule, she has graced her with her presence. Words cannot fully express our appreciation and gratitude towards her for her commitment to our school and this event.
We now invite her to share her feedback and thoughts on tonight's program.
Hari Om to all of you. Hari Om. Last year, when this program happened, I was shared with the video, and I was just stunned and taken away the way it was presented. So from this year, I have been asking, when is this happening? I want to be here. I've been requesting Sharanya ma'am, please tell me when is it happening? I want to be here. I want to be here. I came exclusively for this program, and I am so thankful that I took this decision. I really have to thank myself for taking this decision. It was absolutely overwhelming for me sitting here and listening to all the speakers. CIRS has gone there. Congratulations to all of you. I always even today think CIRS is my baby. And I was like a mother sitting there seeing the glory of the school going up in such a beautiful way, all the speakers coming out and rendering their speeches. It was absolutely overwhelming for me. I think I have to congratulate. I think it's a very small word to say here. The way you have done this, the way they presented it, it's absolutely outstanding and amazing. A lot of feeling of fulfillment, contentment I feel as I observe these children. Some of them have joined here when they were in 5th or 6th standard. I remember when they were admitted into the school, I can see the way they've grown, the way they have come up. It's really, really amazing to see the way the whole program has been conducted. My hearty congratulations to the team, CIRS, principal, and the entire team who have worked on these children. It's a remarkable event, and I think we should continue doing this very, very beautifully. And more so, some of these children who have expired, who mentioned about their own experiences, like Duti and Shaurya, and some of them, we already know the background, but hearing from them, from their own heart, when they spoke here, even Shuti mentioning about that big blunder of leaving one complete section, I could relate to you, understand what would be the mind condition there. From there, how we are coming out of it, and hearing from your own reflections make a wonderful, wonderful teacher. The guru is the reflection of your own experiences. We always say there is a guru in all of us. The gurutvam comes out when you start looking at your own experiences. You really reflect on what happened to me, how I handled it, and all of that. I think it was really, really absolutely amazing. Every one of you presented very, very, very well. The whole program was organized well, and very beautifully. It was all completely planned and organized, and I think it was an amazing task done by every one of you. And I have to especially congratulate the young ones who are coming. I don't know whether I would have stood on the stage when I was at their age, when 6th standard, 7th standard, 8th standard children coming up on the stage like this and speaking. I already got a message from one of the parents writing to me that it was such a joy for seeing my daughter on the stage, and I think the parents would be really, really, really happy to see the way you are growing. And I think it's very, very interesting to see how multiple different ways you had attempted, the props you brought into the room, and the way you rendered it, the thought process was so very cohesively organized. I'm sure you must have written the scripts yourself. It was really, really, really done very, very, very well. Very, very beautiful to see the whole thing flourishing so beautifully. All the programs in between also have been mapped very well. I loved the dance, that yoga dance. It was done by our children here. I was told it was outstanding. I think you should put it on, somewhere to show people what we are doing and the way it was done. It was outstanding. It was such a professional way that dance was done. It was excellent, and even our miming was good, and we could really see how he was enjoying bullying somebody. That was the show. Show was very meaningful. It had a meaningful purpose also. And the whole approach of the whole thing was really, really good. Only one little suggestion I would give is look into more of your own experiences and come out with that. That makes a more impact. Out of all the speakers, it's not just about giving some wisdom here. You can give some wisdom here. Prepared speech, it should not look like that. So avoid that. Everybody should avoid coming out with the prepared speeches, whereas it can be more personal and more intimate. One or two speakers, I feel, could work on that. Otherwise, it was an outstanding program. Thank you all so much for making my day. In fact, I had told, Rajeshwari ma'am said this program will go for 3-4 hours. I had lots and lots of work to do because I'm going back tomorrow morning. I had meetings in Chennai and all of that. So I had called the office people. You said, come at the back, maybe I can look at it. But when they came, I said, go back. I'm not doing anything now. I want to listen to the program. I sent all of them back. We'll sit late night today, but I want not to miss anybody's talk here. I was glued to my seat completely. I never realized it was going on for 4 hours. That's the beauty of the whole way thing it was presented. Exceptionally well presented program. Congratulations. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, ma'am, for your appreciation. It will inspire us to be better and better. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of CIRS TED Ed 2024.
We would like to appreciate the hard work of all the teachers, especially Sharanya ma'am, Sumati ma'am, Bhuvneshwari ma'am, and Sanathanji. Not forgetting the students who worked hard for making this event a huge success. And we will see you next year. Till then, stay educated.
Stay undaunted.
And stay ready for TED Ed. Thank you.